Hey guys, tonight we drift along a dirt path that smells like damp pine and old rain, where the moon is a thin blade above us and the cicadas keep time like patient drummers, and where the torii half swallowed by roots looks less like a gate and more like a mouth that forgot how to close. I raise my palm to it anyway, as if I can calm a forest, and the lacquered red flaking from the wood powders my fingertips like ash. And that is when I realize the night has leaned in to listen, closer than any friend and quieter than any enemy, and I should probably mention the playful warning that is humming in my chest. You probably won't survive this. But we both smile at the melodrama because it is bedtime and we prefer a polite menace to a loud one, so I say what I always say before we step across the threshold. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here, and if you are awake enough to type, post your location and your local time because I like to imagine our little lanterns of wakefulness scattered across the map like fireflies. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let us ease into tonight's journey together. I walk beneath the gate and the temperature dips as if the forest has its own etiquette about visitors. A hush that tastes like wet stone and green bark seeping along my tongue. The path narrows into a ribbon threaded through bamboo, and each stalk is a soldier at ease. Tall, disciplined, whispering to its neighbor without moving a leaf. A trick I envy because my boots make polite crunches that announce every doubt I carry. Somewhere to the left water talks, against rock, a thin voice insistent that I would follow if I was not preoccupied counting my breaths like coins I might have to spend. Later, a paper charm flaps from a branch ahead, printed with kanji that the moths respect more than I do, and I think, yes, this is the entrance exam, a test with no proctor and no answer key. Only the question, how gently can you move through a place that does not want you? A twig snaps, and there is a flash, not of light, but of attention, mind gathering itself into a single listening blade, waiting for armor to sigh or a scabbard to cough, and nothing obliges, which somehow feels worse. I tell myself history is a shelter you can carry, like a lantern with a stubborn wick. I remind myself that in 1603 the Tokugawa shogunate tightened its knot around the country and later wove a near-sealed world with edicts we now call sakoku, and that fact is as solid as the gate behind me, and still, how strange that facts do not warm the fingers when the night is this damp. I also remember something delightfully offbeat I once read, that some samurai kept singing crickets in tiny cages for company and luck, little chirping metronomes for patience. Which is to say, even warriors measured their fear against small music. And I take comfort in that I do not have a cricket, but the fan hum will do. And I pass a mossed stone where someone long ago left a cup of dried rice, and I can't help imagining a tiny cricket audience lining up for a concert, which is exactly the kind of thought that gets me into trouble because I almost miss the thin rope across the path, the kind that politely asks if your ankles can be trusted. And I freeze an inch away and exhale the longest moral of the day, which is check before you step, especially when the forest does not advertise its customer service hours. I kneel, touch the rope, and it twangs like a kodo with bad intentions. The counterweight in the brush is clever, a simple log with teeth of nailed shells facing downward. Someone designed a goodnight kiss for unwary shins, and I smile because it is rude and elegant, like a joke told by a nobleman at a funeral. With 2 sticks I nudge the knot loose, lower the log, and hang the rope like a tired snake on a stump, promising myself to remember this trap because I have a feeling the forest appreciates callbacks. A wind that does not move the bamboo still manages to find my collar, and I decide that is fair. The world is full of selective service. Ahead, a ring of stones marks where fires once stood. There is charcoal that yields to my fingers, and even though my brain knows charcoal is old, my nose insists it smells a little like last night's soup. I squat at the circle and see the impressions of geta in the hardened mud, the twin teeth of wooden sandals arranged in careful stance, and my mouth forms a hello that I swallow because the good manners of the living are wasted on the past. I picture a man with a face like an unread poem setting rice to boil, setting helmet to the side, and I wonder if he practiced Aido cuts into the mist or simply warmed his hands. And I hear a chuckle, mine, because either way he was trying to look cool in front of a fire, which is the oldest human sport second only to pretending we were not lost 5 minutes ago. I keep moving, paying with more breath coins because the trail lifts into the ribs of the hill, and the moon metal above thins again behind cloud silk. A faint clanging drifts in from nowhere, 2-3 notes out of time like a blacksmith with naps between strikes. And I stop, tilt my head, and wait for the pattern to complete itself. It does not, so I complete it for it, stepping where the sound might have originated, which is how every ghost story begins, with a listener who hates unfinished songs. The clanging resolves into a branch tapping the iron hoop of a half-buried bucket, and I relax. And then I do not, because in the bucket is a mask, lacquer cracked, fox snout, whiskers painted in silver, the kind worn at shrine festivals when humans admit they are not the only storytellers. I lift it, find the inside smooth with the polish of many faces, and I ask it the only question worth asking, what do you want me to see? And my reflection answers by looking braver than I feel, which is a nice feature and terrible advice. The path bends. I bend with it. The sound of water grows confident. I step out into a clearing where a stream unspools across dark stones, and the moon throws down a silk road I could almost walk. And I kneel to drink because mouths do not care about poetry. The water is cold, with a mineral bite that scolds my teeth. Beneath the surface glimmer things that look like coins. And I reach, scoop, and find not coins but the brass eyes of old Suba, sword guards, freckled with green. Someone offered their weapons to the stream, or the stream collected their jewelry the way time collects our excuses. I line 2 of them on a rock, circles like little moons, and whisper an apology I do not feel qualified to give. I think about the word Bushido, how smooth it feels in mouths now, and how historians still debate whether what we call the samurai code was an ancient creed or a later construction, burnished in the Edo piece and polished in Meiji mirrors to reflect the virtues the present wanted to see. The forest does not vote in that debate, but the trees lean like elderly judges, and I decide the safest answer is that people are always tidying the past to make the future behave, which is both comforting and a little creepy, like a perfectly folded kimono waiting in an empty room. A fox barks in the distance, brief and bright. An owl blinks a syllable of disapproval. Somewhere a stag crashes through the underbrush, possibly offended by my assessment of historical methodology. And I stand, wipe water from my mouth, and feel the mask at my belt grow heavier in that way objects do when they insist on being characters. I tell it very politely that it can have 2 lines later if it behaves. Says nothing, which is professional, and I appreciate the restraint 3rd joke. Even the props out here have unions. The first real shiver arrives not from cold but from the sensation of an audience, the opposite of loneliness, like I am walking across a stage that has been waiting centuries for its one-man show. The bamboo clacks once as if someone backstage nudged the scenery. The damp air smells of iron and plum blossom, a combination that should not make sense until you remember memory is basically a fragrance factory with better marketing. I see, at the edge of the clearing, a second torii crumpled into the earth like a sleeping giant's knee, and beneath it a scatter of offerings, folded paper cranes black with mildew, a child's marble, a rusted coin that might actually be a coin this time, and I bow without knowing why. The way you bow to a photograph before you recognize the face. I tell you I am fine, and I mean it the way you mean it when the floor just shifted an inch. I tell you I can feel the 20th night, from here, stretched like a wire far across the forest. And if I listen hard enough, I can hear it humming, and the wire hum includes a promise and a price. I start walking again because standing is an invitation. The forest appreciates motion that does not panic. I adjust my breathing to the rhythm of the stream. I count 5 steps per inhale, and the arithmetic soothes the part of me that wants to classify every shadow. The moon loosens its blade shape and becomes a bowl, and if I tilt my head just right, I can drink from it with my eyes. The path forks. Each branch is unhelpfully equal. I choose the left because the air on that side smells slightly of charcoal, and I have always liked the confidence of a thing that survived fire. 3 paces in, the ground blushes with old embers, and in their glow, no, not glow, memory of glow. I see boot prints overlapping like a conversation, and a single drag mark that ends abruptly at the base of a cedar, and I am seized by the absolutely impractical desire to say, "You there, are you comfortable? Can I get you a cushion?" And because no one answers, I feel marginally ridiculous. I pat the cedar in apology, and the bark flakes off, revealing a knot that resembles an eye, which is dramatic of it. I whisper, "We are good, right?" and the knot politely continues being wood. I settle within sight of the stream and set a small fire with a stingy heart, feeding it slivers of fallen branch, because big fires brag and small fires listen. The smoke rises in thin lines like notes on a staff. I hold my hands to it and speak quietly so my words do not wake anything uninvited. I say out loud that I know the rules of this place are not written in any chronicle, that the map for tonight is a mood more than a line, and that if I do not leave breadcrumbs, I will at least leave sentences, and if I cannot leave sentences, I will leave breaths counted like steps, and if I cannot leave breaths, then listen, future me, you once promised to remember a little rope across a path. The fire answers with a pop like a well-timed joke, and I laugh because of course it does. Above me, the moon performs the ancient trick of pretending to be calm so that mortals can imitate it. I lay back, pack my head into my bag, and hold the fox mask on my chest like a second, weirder heart. The forest leans in again, and I lean back, equally curious. Somewhere far away, a bell rings midnight or memory, and I watch the smoke write brief messages to a sky that does not read. The last thing I notice before my eyes begin to close is that the stream song is counting too, and it is slightly ahead of me, and I like that, falling asleep to a chorus that forgives me for trailing, and the forest gate behind us is no longer a mouth but a throat, and we are already inside the story we said we would only visit. I wake to the forest humming like it rehearsed all night without me. Each bamboo stalk a metronome ticking in conspiratorial rhythm, each leaf an audience member politely withholding applause. My fire is reduced to a fistful of gray size, and the fox mask resting on my chest feels heavier, as if it pulled double duty keeping watch. I stretch, bones complaining with the creak of floorboards in an old inn. And I say out loud, "Morning," which is brave considering there is no proof the sun has been invited past the canopy. But the forest acknowledges me with a faint metallic sound. Faint enough to be imagination, sharp enough to feel rehearsed. A clang that echoes steel against steel, and I know it is absurd to think swords are practicing choreography without hands, but absurdity is cheaper than terror. So I buy it wholesale. The path this morning is not a path but a suggestion, half covered in damp leaves that curl like secret messages. I push forward, telling myself every step is an audition and I should smile more. The clangs return irregular, not a duel but a reminder, like someone sharpening memory itself, and I wonder if ghosts maintain their swords for the aesthetics or because habit dies last. I remember that the katana, as romanticized as it is now, was not always the exalted centerpiece. Samurai in earlier centuries leaned more on bows and polearms, with the sword more a sidearm than a holy relic. And that fact should reduce my fear, but instead it multiplies it, because if a bowstring snaps in the forest and no one hears, did the arrow still fly? My foot snags a root and I laugh because even the trees want their punchlines. A clearing appears reluctant, as if the trees were bribed to part. and in the middle lies a boulder scarred with shallow cuts, lines that shimmer faintly in the mist as though heat still lingers. Though my palm assures me the stone is cold, I whisper, practicing "Are we?" and the air approves with another clang, this time from behind me, so I turn fast enough to embarrass my neck and see nothing but the bamboo in their poker-faced ranks. Perhaps it was a woodpecker I offer, though even the birds hold their laughter. My stomach interrupts with a low demand, echoing louder than any phantom swordsman, and I forage among the brush, uncovering bitter berries the color of bruises. And I hesitate, then remember that historians still debate whether certain starving soldiers in the Sengoku period resorted to eating tree bark, and if bark could be dinner. Then surely bruised berries qualify as dessert. I bite one, grimace, and declare it a noble sacrifice to culinary history, third joke of the day, and swallow anyway. The clang returns, closer, like a bell rung by accident, and I follow. Because chasing sounds in a cursed forest is the kind of decision that keeps bedtime stories employed. Through the bamboo I glimpse a pale shape, armor lacquered black, helmet crested with a horn that gleams like a broken moon, and the figure raises a blade that is both there and not there, cuts the air once, and vanishes before the mist has time to shiver. My throat says nothing, my legs negotiate with gravity, and I decide breathing counts as progress. The ground here is littered with fallen leaves folded strangely, each shaped like a crane, though none bear human creases, more as if the forest tried origami on its own. I pick one up, damp and fragile, and it disintegrates between my fingers like a joke spoiled in rehearsal. I stand in the silence that follows, the clang gone, and I wonder if the sound was simply my own pulse echoing against stone. But the forest does not allow exits without gifts, and when I turn, I notice a trail of pressed earth I had not before, narrow and winding, leading deeper, as if the clang carved the path itself. I sigh, adjust the mask at my belt, and tell the bamboo they are very good at suspense, and for once they agree, rustling just enough to applaud. Hunger has a way of narrating its own epic, a dull drumbeat inside my ribs that insists I pay attention even when the forest already demands full tuition. So I begin this morning bargaining with my stomach, promising it discoveries as if curiosity were edible. The path dips toward a shallow hollow where the earth smells roasted, a lingering scent of ash that clings to my tongue before I even find its source. And sure enough, a circle of stones sits blackened, a camp long gone but not long forgotten. For in its ashes lie bones not human but animal, deer perhaps, charred in places that suggest desperation more than feast. I squat and sift the ashes between my fingers, the powder staining my skin with yesterday's hunger, and I whisper to myself the obvious. Someone was here before me, someone hungry enough to ignore etiquette, and that thought is less comforting than it should be, because company is not always a gift. A rustle above me interrupts the autopsy of ashes, and I glance up to see a crow perched with the solemnity of a magistrate, tilting its head as though judging my investigation. I nod respectfully and recall that in Heian-era Japan, crows were sometimes seen as divine messengers, particularly the three-legged crow Yatagarasu guiding emperors, though in my current predicament this one-legged on a branch crow looks more like an accountant checking his ledgers. Still, I bow because one never knows what gods outsource. I move on, chewing on nothing, my teeth rehearsing a meal they have not earned, and I laugh softly at the absurdity. Third joke accomplished before noon, though my belly does not find it funny. I think of that fringe detail I once read, that certain samurai carried umebashi, pickled plums, as pocket-sized morale boosters, sour bombs against fatigue. How I would trade half my sanity for one right now, though to be fair the exchange rate on sanity is low in haunted forests. The path bends and I stumble on a patch of wild mushrooms, their caps a sullen orange, their stalks proud as if auditioning for soup. I kneel, torn between necessity and caution, for the line between supper and poison is thinner than a katana's edge. And historians still debate whether those tales of starving armies deliberately feeding enemy troops toxic fungi were true or merely metaphorical slanders. The forest offers no referee, so I pluck two, smell them, and tuck them into my pouch with the solemnity of a gambler pocketing dice. A stream trickles nearby, shallow enough to reveal a carpet of pebbles, and I kneel to wash the ash from my fingers. The water is bitter with minerals, the kind that scolds rather than refreshes, but it cools my skin and convinces me I am still tethered to something alive. Across the stream I notice a crude fire pit like the one before, smaller, newer, smoke-stained just enough to suggest recent use, and I wonder how many of us wander here hungry, leaving breadcrumbs of charred bone and soot for the next trespasser. I cannot decide if the forest is feeding us or feeding on us. The crow caws once from behind, startling me enough to splash water on my sleeve, and when I turn it is gone, leaving only the echo of its ledger. I exhale, sling my pack higher, and march on, telling my stomach to wait a little longer because ash and hunger are teachers. Strict ones, and if I graduate this class alive, I may finally learn what the forest thinks I am worth. The mist curls low tonight, wrapping around my knees as if it has hands, each tendril tugging me toward the faint glow ahead, and I realize with a chill that light in this forest is never neutral. It is either lure or warning, rarely lantern. I creep forward anyway, hunger muttering louder than caution, and soon the glow resolves into a cluster of lanterns floating at different heights, swaying as if tethered to invisible strings, their paper sides painted with faded characters that flutter when I approach, though no wind stirs. I whisper hello, because politeness seems like currency here, and one lantern dips closer, its flame trembling like a nervous host, then drifts back into formation, as if acknowledging my existence but refusing to commit. My pulse is louder than their flames, and I remember that in Edo period Japan, ghost lantern tales, chachinobake, were told of paper lanterns sprouting eyes and tongues after years of service, punished for their loyalty by transformation, which feels uncomfortably similar to employees in certain modern offices. Though I keep that joke to myself until the silence grows heavy. Then I chuckle quietly and count it as my first quip of the night. I extend my hand toward a lantern, half hoping it will warm my palm, half dreading it will bite. The paper crackles softly, and inside I glimpse not flame but a tiny moth, its wings glowing with unnatural heat. And when it flutters against the paper, the entire lantern brightens, a chorus of wings from the others echoing until the clearing glows like a midsummer festival no one was invited to. The sight stirs something almost tender, but then I notice the lanterns are moving as a group, drifting deeper into the bamboo, pausing when I pause, coaxing me to follow, and I remember the rule of fairy tales: never trust a procession that does not advertise its destination. My feet argue with my brain, and hunger sides with my feet, so I follow, each step crunching too loudly, until we arrive at a shallow pond rimmed with stones. The lanterns circle above it, their reflections quivering in the black water, and in that mirror I see myself multiplied, standing among endless silhouettes of armor and masks behind me, though when I turn the clearing is empty. My heart seizes and I laugh sharply, second joke, a brittle sound that insists on being brave, though even the moths flutter quieter in response. I kneel at the pond, dip my fingers in, and find the water surprisingly warm, as though the earth beneath it remembers fire, and I wonder if this is gift or trick. Historians still debate whether such forest ponds served as ritual sites for ascetic monks, training in darkness to transcend hunger and fear, or whether later generations simply draped them with myth. Either way, the lanterns have brought me here, and when I lift my fingers to my lips, the water tastes faintly of plum wine, which is either miraculous or terrifying. A lantern drops lower, almost brushing my shoulder, and for a moment I think I hear a voice sigh my name, but it is only the crackle of its moth beating. The paper walls. I rise slowly, thank them as if they are hosts, and step back from the pond, promising myself not to drink further, because bargains with forests are always paid in installments. The lanterns drift upward in unison, higher, higher, until they dissolve into the mist like sparks swallowed by the night, and I am left alone at the pond's edge. The water smoothing itself into stillness, my reflection steady now, solitary, and I murmur my third joke into the silence. Well, at least the moths did not ask for rent, and I walk away, each step echoing as though the forest applauds my poor attempt at humor. The forest seems quieter tonight, which is rarely good news. Silence here is never absence. It is a strategy, and I feel it pressing against my ears as if daring me to break it. The bamboo opens just enough to frame a clearing washed in moonlight, and there, between the shadows, I glimpse him, or rather the suggestion of him, an armored silhouette standing perfectly still, helmet crest rising like an antler against the pale sky. I freeze, my body caught between reverence and fear, because nothing moves except the mist curling around his feet, and yet I swear he is breathing. My pulse counts the seconds until courage stumbles in, nudging me forward a single step, and just as I blink he dissolves into smoke, leaving only the faint smell of iron. Like a forge that exhaled, I exhale too, half laughing, half scolding myself. First joke for the night. Muttering that either my imagination has been promoted or ghosts here have very strict shift schedules. The clearing holds no footprints, only impressions where grass bends in patterns. And I crouch to trace them with my finger. They feel intentional, as if someone once rehearsed their kata here, cut after cut until the ground itself memorized the rhythm. It reminds me that samurai training often involved relentless repetition, hours of the same motion until muscle replaced thought, a fact that comforts me because it means obsession is historical precedent, not personal flaw. Nearby lies a fragment of lacquer, red flaked to black, curved like the cheek of a mask, and I pocket it with the unease of a child stealing candy from a shrine. I whisper into the emptiness, asking the air if he will return. Though I do not know whether I want the answer to be yes or no, the stillness replies by shivering through the trees, and I remember a fringe detail: some samurai were said to wear jingesa. Simple conical hats, not for style but for practicality. Light enough to run, sturdy enough to shield against sun or rain, which makes me grin because the ghost I just saw wore the opposite: elaborate, impractical, ceremonial. An echo of pride rather than survival. Second joke slips out. Even specters prefer fashion over function. I circle the clearing once more, searching for signs, when suddenly the ground hums beneath me, not earthquake, not storm, but the weight of silence shifting. And out of the corner of my eye I catch movement again. Another shadow, same armor, same poise, but this time when I blink, he does not vanish, he simply turns, as if to walk away. And the trees swallow him whole. I lurch forward, compelled, though reason claws at my shoulders to stay back. At the edge where he disappeared, I find only a bamboo stalk freshly scarred with a blade, its fibers curling like lips mid-sentence. Historians still debate whether the so-called samurai spirits guarding forests were inventions of frightened villagers or retellings of real deserters hiding in exile. But the debate does not comfort me here, not when I press my palm to the cut bamboo and feel it warm, as though the strike happened moments ago. Third joke comes thin. Whispered more to myself, at least he did not ask me to spar, because my form is terrible. The forest does not laugh, but it allows me to leave, which I decide is its version of applause. I retreat from the clearing, every step rehearsing the memory of that armored shadow, wondering whether he is protector, warning, or mirror, and knowing I will see him again, whether I want to or not. The bamboo leans close tonight as though the stalks have drawn lots to decide which will overhear me first, their green ribs creaking with patient gossip, and I walk slower than usual, half because my legs ache, half because I sense the forest prefers anticipation to speed. A faint glow threads between the trunks ahead, not the warm orange of lanterns but a colder shimmer, silver with hints of blue, and I approach carefully until I find a stream wide enough to be a small river, its surface glossy as lacquer. But what stops me is not the water. It is what lies beneath. Pale shapes aligned like offerings, curved and hollow. A riverbed littered with bones, antlers, ribs. Skulls of animals that never agreed to be sacrifices, and some pieces sharper, thinner, disturbingly human in silhouette. I crouch at the bank and touch a fragment. It is slick with algae yet firm, an old truth unwilling to crumble, and I murmur to myself that history is nothing if not a collection of stubborn leftovers, which makes me laugh nervously, first joke, because nerves deserve disguises. The water runs shallow and clear enough that I see sword guards, Suba, settled between ribs like coins in a wishing. Well, and I wonder whose wish required so much iron. Some legends tell of defeated warriors tossing weapons into rivers to prevent capture, though historians still debate whether those tales were ritual practice or later exaggeration to dramatize defeat. And this stream is no scholar, it just keeps swallowing. I remember a quirky note I once read, that certain shrines collected broken weapons during festivals and melted them down into bells, turning violence into music, a hopeful alchemy. Though here the forest seems to prefer hoarding relics rather than recycling them. I kneel closer, tempted to wade in and collect proof. But the current whispers otherwise, pushing small eddies against the shore like hands insisting stay back. So I compromise by skimming the surface with my fingers, and the chill climbs into my bones faster than courtesy should allow. I pull away, watching the ripples spread across skulls that grin with waterlogged patience. And in the disturbed reflection I see movement, a samurai kneeling opposite me, head bowed as though drinking, but when the ripples still, it is only my face looking pale and uncertain. My hunger interrupts with a growl, rude but grounding, and I sigh, scanning for berries or roots, finding only bitter grass that mocks my expectations. I pluck a handful, chew, regret, and declare aloud that at least I am eating with the ancestors tonight. Second joke, though my voice sounds lonelier than humorous. A crow circles above, letting out a hoarse cry that echoes like a judge's gavel, and I bow slightly in acknowledgement, remembering that crows were often considered guides between worlds, messengers too efficient for comfort. I take that as both blessing and warning. Night creeps in faster than I hoped, so I build a meager fire near the riverbank, its light casting bones into grotesque silhouettes that dance on the water like performers in a macabre play. I sit close, mask at my side, and speak into the flames that I will remember this place, because forgetting seems disrespectful, and the fire answers with a pop, scattering embers that mimic stars. Third joke tumbles out, at least these bones do not ask for bedtime stories, and the forest, merciful tonight, lets me laugh without consequence, though as I close my eyes I swear the river hums, low and steady, carrying secrets downstream to listeners I will never meet. The night begins with the bamboo bending though no wind moves, their tips swaying in choreography that seems rehearsed only for me. I stop and listen, the silence underneath so deliberate it feels, louder than noise, and then the whispers begin, threads of sound that slip between the stalks, faint as a breath through paper walls, not quite words but almost, as though syllables have been misplaced in the fog. I strain my ears, half convinced they are speaking my name, half fearing they are rehearsing someone else's. I whisper back, polite as ever, asking nothing, offering nothing. And the forest rewards me with more whispers, overlapping now, dozens, a choir of conversations where I am both guest and eavesdropper. My feet crunch on the leaf litter and the voices hush in unison, which is worse than their chatter. I laugh softly to myself, first joke, admitting aloud that I have never been shushed so efficiently, and the forest allows the sound to dissolve without penalty. Though the bamboo creaks as if disappointed in my humor, I press onward, touching a stalk for comfort, the surface smooth and cool, but the moment my palm rests against it, I feel a vibration running through like a plucked string, and immediately the whispers resume. Stronger, threading into actual words I cannot fully catch, syllables slipping, half in Japanese, half in something older, something that sounds like river stones clicking under current. I pull my hand back and the voices scatter into silence again. My stomach interrupts with its ongoing campaign for attention, rumbling so loud it startles a nearby fox into darting across the path. Tail flashing white in the gloom, I grin and mutter, second joke, at least someone else here found dinner, and my voice makes the bamboo tilt conspiratorially, as though they approve of the joke's cruelty. I recall that in folklore, foxes were tricksters, kitsune said to speak in human voices when the mood suited them, and the way this one vanished so cleanly makes me wonder if I have already mistaken an animal for a whisperer. Historians still debate whether the earliest tales of talking foxes were moral lessons for gullible peasants or allegories wrapped in fur, and tonight the debate feels less academic than personal. I step carefully into a hollow where the air hangs thicker, a pocket of mist that tastes of iron, and there the whispers converge, circling around me like gossip. My breath fogs out of rhythm with the mist. I clutch the fox mask at my belt for courage, and just as suddenly as they began, the voices vanish again, replaced by one sharp crack like bamboo splitting. Though none around me break, I freeze, pulse hammering, then force a laugh, third joke, well, at least someone's practicing percussion. And I turn, making my way out of the hollow before the forest votes me off its stage. As I retreat, the bamboo straighten, whisperless, the silence wrapping around me again like a damp blanket, and I realize with both relief and dread that the forest only speaks when it wants to. And tonight it wanted to remind me I am not the only narrator here. The trail tonight feels suspiciously generous, smooth earth unbroken by roots or stones, as though someone swept it in. Anticipation of my arrival, and that alone makes me wary. I slow my steps, ears straining until I spot it. A thin rope stretched ankle-high across the path, almost invisible in the moonlight. My chest tightens at the memory of the earlier snare, the way the forest set homework I barely passed, and I crouch to study this one, the knot tied with precision, counterweight hidden in the brush, a log studded with jagged shells waiting to swing. Like a rude pendulum, I exhale and mutter, first joke. Apparently the forest is running a franchise of booby traps. Consistency is commendable, and the night swallows my sarcasm politely. I ease the rope off with 2 sticks, lowering the log until it rests harmlessly, and I wonder whether I have disarmed a relic left by hunters long gone or sprung a test freshly reset by unseen hands. Either option unsettles because absence should not feel this attentive. The ground around the trap is marked with faint depressions, not quite footprints but disturbances too deliberate to be random, and I imagine someone walking backward through the dirt to erase their trail, which is clever and infuriating in equal measure. I whisper thanks to whoever left the warning and move on, though my shoulders twitch at every shadow. It strikes me that the forest is not merely hostile, it is pedagogical, forcing me to learn its curriculum of vigilance, like the samurai discipline of Zanshin, the state of total awareness, a concept historians admire but still debate whether it was as widely practiced as romanticized. And here I am, the unwilling student, enrolled without tuition. A quirky fact drifts to mind, that some Edo period villagers strung small bells across paths not as alarms against intruders but to scare off animals, and I grin bitterly because the forest has upgraded bells to weapons, Efficiency at the cost of charm. Second joke spills out, though I assure the trees I would still prefer. Bells, and their silence suggests disagreement. Hunger gnaws, but I push it down, focusing instead on the fox mask at my belt, tracing its cracked whiskers with a thumb as if it might blink and advise me. Instead, the mask remains dignified in its silence, which makes me laugh. Third joke, apparently even inanimate companions get stage fright. The path eventually splinters into two forks, one marked with another rope trap, the other strangely clean, and I hesitate, reasoning that the trapped path must guard something worth finding. Yet the clean path is suspicious in its welcome. I stand there longer than I should, fireflies flickering like impatient audience members, until finally I choose the trapped way, telling myself curiosity is a more honorable death than comfort. And as I step into the shadows beyond the rope, the forest seems to lean in with interest, ready to see whether I deserve to keep learning. Moonlight pours over the clearing like rice from a tilted bowl, and the bamboo make a ring of quiet witnesses. I stop at the edge because the ground feels rehearsed, smoothed by many feet, and the air tastes of old iron and incense. I know it is ridiculous to think I am on time for an appointment made centuries ago. Yet the night has that punctual hush, a pause before actors enter, and then two figures step from the mist as if drawn with a brush dipped in silver, armor soft with age, cords darkened by damp, blades held low. I crouch behind a stump and forget to breathe, my heart already clapping even though no one asked for applause. The taller figure turns his wrist and the katana catches the moon in a thin line. The shorter shifts his feet in a cat stance I recognize from manuals I once skimmed. And for a heartbeat everything is so still the stream nearby seems embarrassed to make noise. Then they move, not like men brawling but like calligraphy correcting itself. A curve answered by a stroke answered by a dot. Steel speaks once, twice, and sparks jump like tiny festival fireworks that forgot their date. The taller presses. The shorter yields. There is a hum in the air as if the forest tuned itself to watch. And I realize with a shiver that I am seeing a dual history does not admit, a rehearsal that never earned a footnote, and still my eyes will not let it end. I slide a hand to the fox mask at my belt, a superstitious anchor, and whisper to whatever listens that I am only observing. Like any polite traveler, first joke slips out. I promise not to leave a bad review. And the leaves accept the joke with a dignified rustle, which is the forest version of rolling its eyes. The fighters circle, feet whispering in the grass. And I think of a plain fact of the long peace, that during the Tokugawa-era war receded and schools of swordsmanship flourished, thousands of kata drilled into muscle, a choreography performed more often in practice halls than on battlefields. Perhaps this is why the movement before me feels both ritual and mortal, a ceremony performed in secret by men who were supposed to argue in courts not with blades. I remember also that dueling to the death was technically forbidden under the bakufu, punishable as common violence, yet tales of vendetta and crossing blades multiplied in the literature like lanterns at a summer fair. Historians still debate how often real lethal duels occurred, compared to stylized stories that fed a public appetite for sharp romance. And I, an audience of one, cannot solve the debate with my eyes. I can only watch the moon write its footnotes across their helmets. The shorter man faints, steps in, and steel bites steel so cleanly the sound feels carved rather than struck. The taller pushes him back toward the stump that hides me, and I flatten as politely as a person can flatten without becoming paper. The shorter sees the roots and pivots. Clever, the taller overcommits by a finger width, and in that finger width the world opens. A sudden cut that stops a hair from the throat, not touching, only promising. Both freeze. The shorter holds the promise like a cup brimming. The taller concedes by lowering his eyelids, and the silence swells until even the stream holds its breath. Then both step away. Blades return to scabbards with the soft punctuation I have grown to love, and they bow, a bow that is deep and unhurried, not triumph or defeat but agreement. The duel dissolves not in blood but in form, and I realize the forest had been waiting for an ending with manners. Second joke asks itself out of my mouth. Excuse me, I did not dress for the occasion. And my whisper floats up to perch on a leaf where it preens. I want to call to them, to ask who set the match, who wrote the rules. But the taller man turns his head as if he already heard the question, and that alone tucks my voice back inside. He removes his helmet, and for an instant his hair releases a faint scent. Not sweat, not smoke, something floral and resinous that the breeze presses toward me. And I recall a curious detail from old accounts, that some warriors perfumed their helmets or hair with incense before battle so that if they fell their heads would smell sweet. A vanity that feels tender and unsettling. A reminder that even courage wants to be remembered kindly. I close my eyes against the ache of it, and when I open them the men are already walking apart. Not enemies, perhaps not friends, simply people who agreed to a geometry only they understood. They disappear without footfall, and the clearing relaxes. The bamboo shoulders settle. The stream remembers to speak. I remain half-crouched like a note left in the margin, thinking about the way stories claim certainty, thinking about the famous duelist Miyamoto Musashi, whose own book paints victory with a confident brush, yet scholars still argue which duels happened as told, which were embellished by later admirers, which were strategic theater in an age when reputation could be armor. The debate scratches pleasantly at my brain because it proves that even legends are draft documents, flexible until someone stops editing. Tonight I have seen a version that will never pass peer review, and yet it feels truer than a neat chapter summary. Hunger interrupts. Less dramatic but more democratic, and I stand, knees popping like shy castanets. I scan the edges for anything edible and find only sour greens that promise regret. I take a few anyway, call it research, chew and wince. Third joke emerges between bites. If culinary schools taught forest salad, there would be a lot of dropouts. And I swallow pride with the leaves, the taste like lawn with ambitions, then step into the space where the men stood, testing the grass under my soles, trying to translate what my eyes failed to learn. The ground wears the faintest crescents, toes pivot marks, and I practice the smallest shift. A whisper of weight, remembering the little rope trap from earlier nights and how the forest admires attention. Zanshin, the awareness that does not clock out. I tell the clearing I am trying to earn a passing grade. I even bow, and though the air does not stir, I feel a private applause. The kind teachers give themselves when a student finally looks up. To place the moment, I speak aloud a plain anchor, that sword was not always king, that in earlier centuries many warriors relied on the bow and the spear, that what I witnessed was a late poetry written after the war drum had faded. And the forest hears me without comment, because facts here are props, useful until a moth knocks them over. I set my pack down and make a small meal of the wincing greens and a strip of dried root. I have been pretending was saved for a special day. Apparently tonight qualifies. I drink from my canteen, then hold still, listening. There is only the crinkle of leaves and a distant owl that disapproves of everything. The moon has shifted its angle and now draws a clean line across the stump that hid me, a stage mark for next time, if there is a next time. I pick up the fox mask, press it to my chest, and tell it solemnly that I have witnessed something gentle and dangerous in the same breath. The mask, a professional, maintains its inscrutable union rules. And I feel calmer. I gather ash from the old fire ring and darken the polished cheek of the mask to cut the glare. A silly trick that works. I grin at my reflection and murmur to the darkness that I will remember the bow more than the blades. That restraint tonight was sharper than the cut that almost happened. And with that I ease back under the bamboo, feet learning the choreography of leaving, the clearing closing behind me like a paper fan. I do not know if the duel was rehearsal memory or gift. Only that my steps are quieter after it, as if my body finally figured out where to put itself on this stage, And somewhere behind me, too far to count as proof, steel speaks one last time, a punctuation mark on a sentence the forest has been practicing for centuries. The forest wakes me with the smell of smoke, not from my own stingy fire but from something older, drifting faintly through the bamboo like a rumor. I follow it because curiosity is a leash and my hunger is the hand holding it. The trail narrows until it presses my shoulders and then opens into a hollow where stones form a circle, their surfaces blackened, their gaps stuffed with ash that still smolders faintly. I crouch and stir the dust with a stick, finding shards of parchment curled into charred petals. One corner spared enough to show ink strokes, characters that cling stubbornly to meaning even as the paper crumbles. I squint, tracing the shapes. They speak of warnings, of those who entered and did not return, of vows to the gods of the forest that went unpaid, and the edges are burned exactly where the sentences would have explained how, as if the fire was an editor with poor timing. I sigh and mutter, first joke, nothing like a spoiler cut off mid-sentence, and the bamboo politely ignores my sarcasm. The parchment smells of resin, my fingers sticky with old ink, and I think of how records often survive not in chronicles but in scraps like this. Half warnings, half confessions. Historians still debate whether the countless lost travelers of Sengoku wars became fuel for folklore or were simply forgotten by families too busy with their own survival. And here I kneel with the evidence of someone's attempt to leave a trace, a failed note that still managed to reach me. A quirky thought arrives that some Japanese scrolls were once repurposed as wrapping paper for merchants, sacred words protecting mundane goods, and I wonder if the scrap ever wrapped rice or tea. Before becoming prophecy, the idea makes me laugh under my breath. Second joke. Maybe I have just unwrapped my own expiration date. I tuck the surviving fragment into my pouch, unsure if it is relic, curse, or bookmark, and scan the hollow, noticing how the ash scatters outward like footprints, each gust rewriting who might have stood here. I follow a faint trail of gray that winds toward a crooked cedar, its trunk scarred with shallow gouges like claw marks but cleaner, deliberate. I press my palm to them and the wood is warm, unsettlingly so, as if whoever cut these lines only just left. My stomach growls again, dragging me back to my more immediate doom. I search the underbrush, find roots pale and stringy, and chew them with resignation, muttering third joke through a grimace. The forest cookbook really needs an editor, and I swallow anyway, grateful to feel less hollow even if only symbolically. As dusk deepens, I light a tiny fire from twigs, careful not to anger the circle of stones that already proved its appetite for parchment. I sit close, fox mask balanced on my knee, and speak to the flames that I have inherited someone else's warning and that perhaps that is enough. The fire snaps once in reply. A punctuation mark and I lie back, staring through gaps in the bamboo at a sliver of moon, wondering if it too once read the rest of the parchment before it was burned, and if it remembers the part one was not allowed to see. The trail dips into a valley tonight, a bowl of shadows that smells faintly of dust and damp straw, and as I descend I realize the silence has changed again. Not the tense hush of traps or duels, but the heavier quiet of a place that remembers too much. At the bottom of the slope I find the outlines of houses, roofs sagging, walls leaning, an entire village asleep in abandonment. I step carefully between collapsed beams and broken shutters, the air thick with the scent of old smoke and mold, every doorway yawning like a mouth that forgot its words. I whisper a greeting anyway because manners matter even with ruins. First joke slips out, sorry for dropping by without bringing sake, and the silence receives it with a draft that brushes the back of my neck. The ground is littered with scattered sandals, get a half buried in moss, bowls overturned as though dinner was interrupted mid-bite, and I think of historical accounts of villages emptied overnight, some by famine, some by orders of marching armies, others by plague that erased entire households. Historians still debate whether the more sudden disappearances were real events or legends spun later to warn against divine wrath. And tonight the argument feels academic only until I notice the hearths, still blackened but not entirely cold, as if the villagers only just left when the mist thickened. I wander into the largest structure, perhaps once a meeting hall, its beams etched with characters, prayers, or names. Hard to tell in the dim light, and a quirky thought surfaces, that in some regions people carve tally marks into pillars to count years of good harvest, turning houses into ledgers. And here the notches run uneven, as though the accounting ended mid-decade. Abruptly unsatisfied, my hunger protests again, sharp and unkind, and I rummage among the wreckage, finding jars toppled and cracked, grains spilled long ago and hardened to pebbles. I pop one into my mouth out of spite and nearly break a tooth, muttering second joke. Well, at least the menu here is consistent with the ambience, and the rafters creak disapprovingly. In the back corner of the hall sits a child's toy, a carved wooden horse missing one leg. Its paint faded but its eyes still wide. I crouch, touch the little figure, and for a moment the air shifts, carrying a laugh that is not mine. Light and fleeting, gone before I can decide if it was memory or mimicry. I clutch the fox mask tighter and thank the toy for not finishing the sentence. I step back into the open, the moon now filtered through clouds, and the village seems smaller for my intrusion, as though shrinking to erase itself from my map. Third joke slips out. This place could use a real estate agent with nerves of steel. And I grin into the mist because humor feels like currency here, a way to buy just enough distance to keep walking. I leave the hollow behind, the weight of its hollow homes pressing against my back until the trees swallow the roofs and I am alone again. Except, of course, the forest does not allow true solitude. It only lends the illusion until it decides otherwise. The path narrows into a corridor of crooked pines and the air feels thicker, resin and damp earth mixing in my throat. I walk slower because each tree leans just a little too much, their roots gnarled like clenched fists, and then I see it perched on a stone. A mask shaped like a fox, lacquer cracked, its grin exaggerated, and beside it a real fox, white tail twitching, eyes bright as coins in the gloom. For a moment I am unsure which of them is the puppet and which the puppeteer. The fox tilts its head and the mask seems to echo the movement. My heart does a clumsy leap. I murmur a greeting, and the fox blinks as if answering. I step closer, cautious, but the animal neither runs nor attacks. Instead it circles the mask and nudges it toward me with its nose. I crouch, hand hovering, half expecting teeth, but the fox just watches, tail flicking, so I lift the mask, its lacquer cool, heavier than it looks, and for a moment I swear I hear a whisper, threading through its grin, a syllable I almost recognize before it fades. I laugh nervously. First joke. Guess even foxes know how to upsell accessories, and the sound bounces oddly between the pines. The fox trots ahead, pauses, looks back, waiting, and I realize I am being invited, or commanded, to follow. I obey because what else do you do when a trickster spirit sets the pace? The trees shift as we move, clearing to reveal a shallow mound of stones arranged like an altar. The fox leaps atop it and sits, watching me, while the mask in my hand seems warmer. Its whiskers catching the moonlight, I think of folklore. Kitsune who toyed with travelers, stealing their sense of direction or gifting them luck. And I remember historians still debate whether the oldest stories were meant as cautionary tales against deception or veiled nods to women's hidden influence in rigid society. Either way, the fox embodies both mischief and wisdom, and here I am rehearsing my role in its story. I kneel by the altar, place the mask gently on the stones, and the fox barks once, sharp and high, the sound startling enough to make my ribs vibrate. Then it hops down and vanishes into the brush as silently as a shadow, leaving me alone with the mask that is not mine but now refuses to be left behind. I sigh, tuck it back at my belt, and mutter second joke, "Congratulations, you have been adopted by home decor." And the wind seems to giggle through the branches. Hunger interrupts with its usual sharp complaint, but when I search the altar I find offerings long turned to dust, only fragments of dried rice and a small shell that once held sake. I lick the rim anyway, desperate, and taste only salt and memory. Third joke slips out, vintage year unknown but definitely overrated, and I stand brushing off my knees, aware that the forest has played its trick and I have politely accepted. The pines open their corridor again, guiding me forward, the mask heavy at my hip, the whisper still faint in my ear, and I know I am now carrying not just an object but a riddle with claws. The forest insists on percussion tonight, a rhythm that starts faint and grows until it presses against my ribs. A deep boom followed by a pause, then another, the sound of drums without drummers. I halt on the path and glance around, but the trees only sway slightly, unbothered, and the ground remains still. No footsteps, no ceremony, just the noise reverberating through the mist like a heartbeat too large for any chest. I whisper to myself that echoes, sometimes play tricks, though my voice sounds thinner than comfort. First joke slips out, maybe the raccoons formed a marching band, and the night lets the sarcasm hang without reply. I press on, each step sinking awkwardly with the beat, until I emerge into a clearing where the moon spills its silver as if to spotlight me. The drums throb louder here, surrounding rather than distant, and I realize they are not carried by air but by bone vibrating up through my shins. I crouch and place a palm on the ground. The soil hums faintly, resonant, as if something beneath is rehearsing a war long after it ended. I recall that during battles of the Sengoku era, taiko drums were used to coordinate troops, their cadence dictating advance, retreat, or encirclement. The fact is plain, well documented, yet historians still debate whether the more dramatic accounts of drums shaking the earth were poetic exaggerations. And I think wryly that tonight the exaggeration is auditioning for a comeback. A quirky detail I once read drifts in, that some villages used drums not for war but for summoning rain. Their echo thought to stir the clouds into generosity, and for a fleeting moment I imagine the sky listening, poised to spill water, but the clouds remain aloof, content to watch. The rhythm grows erratic, too many drums, too close, as if a ghostly army encircles the clearing, and I clutch the fox mask at my side, whispering thanks for its silence, which counts as reassurance. I laugh under my breath. Second joke, if this is a concert I definitely did not buy tickets, and the trees creak disapprovingly like ushers. The beat suddenly ceases, so abruptly the silence rings louder than sound. And in that vacuum I hear something else, a breath, not mine, close and slow. I whirl but see only shadows stretching long, the bamboo standing taller as if saluting unseen generals. I swallow hard and retreat toward the edge of the clearing, unwilling to be the finale of this performance. My hunger complains as usual, grounding me, so I gnaw a scrap of dried root, chew miserably, and mutter third joke. Front row seats and no concessions, truly unfair, and the forest finally sighs as if amused, a breeze rustling the bamboo briefly before stilling again. I step back into the cover of the trees, the memory of drums still pounding in my bones, certain that the forest has added a new instrument to its orchestra, and I am both audience and unwilling participant, waiting for the encore. The trail curves into a hollow where the air grows, dense with incense, a sweetness that does not belong to the wild, and I know before I see it that something sacred waits. The trees part reluctantly to reveal a shrine long forgotten, its roof sagging beneath moss, stone lanterns crumbled into halves, yet the altar still stands, cracked but upright, as if stubbornness itself holds it. I step closer, shoes sinking into soft earth, and bow instinctively, manners stitched into my spine even when no priest remains to notice. First joke slips out, I would leave an offering, but the vending machines are all out. And the silence accepts the humor with the faint stir of wind. I kneel before the altar, finding incense sticks burned down to stubs, ash clinging to their bases like gray feathers. I light a twig from my own meager fire and press it into the ash. Watching smoke rise crookedly, the scent stronger now, resinous and faintly metallic, as though the gods here favored iron over flowers. I recall that many roadside shrines were tended by villagers, traveling through forests, simple prayers to mountain kami for safe passage, and historians still debate whether the spread of such shrines was spontaneous devotion or coordinated by temples seeking influence. Tonight the debate does not matter. The shrine simply breathes again as if grateful for attention. A quirky thought comes to mind, that some shrines once had mechanical karakuri dolls which bowed, or clapped when coins were dropped, a kind of spiritual theater, and I grin softly, imagining a little puppet priest brushing ash from his sleeves here. Second joke tumbles out, at least the maintenance crew has job security. And the cracked altar seems to lean with approval. I place the fox mask beside the incense, its grin catching the moonlight, and for a moment I feel the atmosphere shift. Lighter, as though something unseen accepted my gesture. I whisper a request for safe passage, nothing elaborate, just enough to feel polite. And then I notice the shadows lengthening behind the altar, forming the faint outline of a figure kneeling in. Return, no face, no features, only posture. I bow again, deeper, and when I lift my head the shadow is gone. Hunger prods at me, so I unwrap a handful of bitter greens. Chewing with resignation, third joke muffled between bites. Divine blessings are calorie-free apparently, and the breeze carries away my words along with the smoke, leaving me oddly comforted. I rise, reclaim the mask, and step back into the trees. Glancing once more at the cracked shrine, its incense curling skyward as if writing letters in a language I will never read, and the forest watches quietly, satisfied for now. The forest decides to test its lungs tonight. Clouds gather without warning and the canopy quivers as if an invisible drummer beat the sky itself. A storm rolls in thick and fast, raindrops slicing through leaves with a hiss that feels personal. I scramble beneath an overhang of rock just as thunder growls, the sound so heavy it seems to squat on my chest. I laugh nervously. First joke, nothing like free percussion lessons in surround sound, and the echo bounces around the hollow as if critiquing my delivery. Lightning rips across the treeline, a white blade unsheathed and then sheathed again before my eyes finish blinking. The air sharp with ozone, it stings my nose. And the storm throws wind at me from every angle, flinging twigs like impatient messengers. I huddle closer to the rock, pulling the fox mask against my chest like a talisman. The lacquer cool but steady, my breathing sinking with the hammer of rain. I remember a historical fact, that storms in medieval Japan often decided battles more than generals did. Monsoon rains flooding fields and quenching arrows, and I mutter that maybe this forest remembers those tactics better than any strategist. Water gushes through roots, forming rivulets that slither past my boots, and I imagine the earth itself rehearsing its own siege. Quirky thought surfaces, that some villagers once believed lightning struck not randomly but where vengeful spirits pointed, using storms as their gossip column. I grin through chattering teeth. Second joke, well then I must be the headline tonight, and the thunder answers on cue. Sarcastic applause from the sky. My stomach growls louder than the storm for a moment, craving warmth, but all I have is a scrap of dried root. I chew it with grim defiance, telling myself it is gourmet because everything tastes heroic during a storm. Third joke, Michelin should rate survival cuisine, and I swallow hard before the rain mocks me again. Hours drag until the storm softens, the rain fading into drizzled whispers. Thunder muttering further away, the forest slick now, every leaf glistening as though polished, and the air suddenly chilled enough to make my bones clink. I step from the overhang cautiously. The mud sucking at my boots, the path transformed into a ribbon of black glass, treacherous but oddly beautiful. The moon peaks again, pale and amused, and I bow slightly in thanks, not sure if I am addressing the sky, the storm, or whatever hand flicked the clouds aside. I keep walking, drenched but alive, the fox mask heavier at my side, the forest quieter as if satisfied I passed another exam. I find him at twilight where the storm left the path combed flat. A lone figure seated on a fallen cedar with his back to the damp light. Hat brim low, shoulders patient. The kind of stillness that announces itself before it moves. I stop far enough to be polite and close enough to be foolish. The fox mask taps my hip like a stage. Manager clearing its throat. He speaks first in a voice that sounds like bark turned to smoke. You walk like a man who counts his breaths. And I answer that counting is cheaper than courage. Which earns me a small sound I decide to call a laugh. The bamboo hushes around us as if invited to eavesdrop. I notice his clothing, layers clean but patched. A sword at his side with a scabbard scuffed to honesty. No crest on his sleeve. No banner, just a traveler who refused to choose a destination. I say Ronin without saying Ronin, and he nods without nodding, then asks for water. I pass my canteen and he drinks the way the forest does, without explanation. We sit like that, sharing silence, until he tells me what the trees already suspected. The forest collects debts from those who enter. Some pay with stories, some with years, some with names, and the lucky few are allowed to leave carrying only a rumor. I tell him I have been paying in jokes and small fires, which he calls a risky currency but not the worst one he has seen. First joke escapes before I can stop it. Well, if the exchange rate drops, I will start bartering with compliments, and even the bamboo gives a tiny breeze that could be a chuckle. He studies my mask the way a doctor studies a pulse. Asks if it chose me or I chose it, and I confess that a fox recommended the adoption. He approves as if that explains everything. Then he talks, not with the pomp of a priest or the hurry of a thief, but in the cadence of someone who has repeated his account to an audience of moss for years. He says he once swore service to a lord whose crest tasted like iron at the back of the tongue. I do not ask how a crest tastes. I already know some loyalties stain the palate. He says there was a border dispute that became a family dispute that became a list of names cut from a registry, and on a winter morning he found himself a samurai without a home. I hear the plain historical fact under the poetry. After great battles and the consolidation of power, many warriors became masterless, the decades after Sekigahara shuffling vassals like cards until some slipped the table entirely. Ronin swelled on the roads, some finding new posts, some teaching, some drifting, some becoming problems the authorities preferred to not name. My companion listens to my recital with a tilt of his hat as if grading an essay. Fair enough, he says, but numbers are laundry. They hang and dry and no one remembers the smell. He says he came to this forest following a rumor that a shrine here could return a man's purpose if he survived 10 nights and forgot exactly one regret. I tell him I have already survived some nights, but my regrets breed like mushrooms. He shrugs. Mushrooms are honest food. Then adds a curious memory. When work was scarce, he once wore armor made of lacquered paper. Layers glued and varnished until it flexed like leather. Light enough to run in. Strong enough to turn a rushed cut. A quirky detail that makes my eyebrows climb. I say I have heard of such things. Kamiko armor, sometimes a demonstration, sometimes real, sometimes a salesman's boast. He says he preferred it because it did not clatter when he tried to leave a room quietly. He smiles at the old joke and I smile with him. Second joke nudges my ribs. If I had paper armor right now, the rain would have written its autobiography on me. And the cedar under us creaks in agreement. The light thins to blue and his face acquires the softness of people in old paintings. He points with his chin toward a rise where the bamboo gathers into a gate without wood. 2 stalks leaning like spears. That, he says, is where the forest asks its question. I ask what the question is, and he replies that it changes depending on the listener, which is not the answer I wanted but probably the answer I deserve. He unknots a small cloth and offers me a pickled plum, the kind samurai once carried as pocket-sized thunderbolts for weary tongues, sour enough to slap courage awake. I almost cry from gratitude, and he pretends not to notice. We eat in silence except for the small orchestrated winces Umebashi demands. He tells me he crossed this way years ago, lost his name for a while, picked up another, then misplaced that too. Historians still debate what Ronin were to their society. Whether they were dangerous driftwood agitating the channels of peace or adaptable craftsmen keeping skills alive between the cracks. He says the truth is boring and difficult at the same time. Most men simply tried to keep their rice bowls from ringing empty, reputation being a kind of helmet that dented easily. He reaches up to his hair and I catch the faintest incense lingering, and I remember that warriors sometimes perfumed themselves before battle, so their bodies would be kindly remembered. A tenderness that keeps catching in my throat out here. A reminder that bravado is just a polite coat for fear. He asks what I have seen and I tell him. The duel that ended with a bow instead of blood. The lanterns that were moths with ambition. Drums that traveled through bone. The rope traps resetting themselves as if graded by an invisible teacher. The hollow village where bowls waited for. Mouths that never returned. And the river of bones that sang under moonlight. He nods as if ticking boxes on a ledger. Says the forest likes to repeat itself the way a teacher repeats a lesson. Not because the students are stupid, but because the test will be unfair. I say that is comforting in a masochistic way, and he agrees, then warns me that favor here is measured in attention. Leave nothing you can help noticing, mark what marks you. And when the forest shows mercy, do not applaud too loudly. It embarrasses easily. The sky peels open just enough to let a shy star through, and he takes that as his cue to stand. The movement measured. No squeak of leather, no flash of pride. A body that has learned to conserve theater for when it counts. He tells me he will walk with me to the bamboo gate because conversations owe escorts, and we move in quiet tandem. My steps trying to match a rhythm I did not learn. We pass the place where my first snare nearly kissed my ankles, and I nod to the memory like a neighbor. We skirt the clearing where the duel lived, for a moment longer than it should have. And I feel the grass remember our feet. When we reach the two leaning stalks, he halts, tipping his hat back so I can see the map of years around his eyes. He says, "The question will be yours alone, and so will the answer, but if you must trade something, trade a story, not your name. Names grow back crooked, stories grow back strange but useful." I thank him, too formally perhaps, and he waves it away with a flick that might be a bow in miniature. Third joke comes to rescue my clumsy sincerity. If I fail the test, I will blame your coaching. And for the first time, he laughs like a real person who once tripped in a market and pretended it was choreography. Before I can ask the thousand things queuing in my mouth, he steps back and the mist obliges his exit, swallowing him with the tidiness of a curtain call. I stand alone with the gate and the cricket quiet of the night, and I remember the open debate that has haunted my reading. Whether famous tales like the 47 Avengers were accurate accounts or patriotic theater polished long after the fact. I decide that all stories are negotiations with loneliness, and this forest is a very demanding negotiator. I slip the fox mask into my hands and tell it we have an interview. It refuses to comment, which I accept as consent. Then I breathe in to a count I have not used before, slow and deliberate, and step through the leaning stalks, ready to spend a story if I must, ready to keep my name if I can. The bamboo beyond the leaning gate closes behind me like a polite but final door, and the ground changes texture, softer, as if padded by centuries of secrets, each step muffled until even my own presence sounds borrowed. I walk carefully, eyes adjusting to a dimness thicker than the usual mist. And then I see it on the roots of an enormous cedar, stains that glisten even under moonlight, patches dark and uneven. I kneel and touch one with a fingertip. It flakes, dry, unmistakable, blood long settled into bark. My stomach folds inward, First joke muttered into the silence. Nice to know the forest offers historical exhibits, and the night tolerates my gallows humor with its usual unhelpful stillness. The cedar's roots are tangled with broken arrow shafts, rusted points still lodged between them. As though a battle once halted mid-breath and froze here, I trace a line of splintered wood leading into the undergrowth, and it reveals more fragments of armor half buried, a helmet dented, its lacquer peeled to raw metal, and beneath it a skull grinning with too many teeth missing. I recoil, then force myself to breathe, reminding my panic that this is only evidence. But the forest disagrees, because the air smells faintly of iron again, fresh rather than ancient, and my skin prickles. I remember the historical fact that many skirmishes of the Sengoku period were never recorded, too small for chronicles, yet for those who fought them the stakes were absolute. Life, family, rice fields, erased in an hour. Historians still debate whether the bones scattered in remote woods belong to such forgotten battles or to outlaws disposed of without ceremony. I find no answer here, only fragments muttering in the soil. A curious detail surfaces in my memory, that some warriors carried small wooden tags called senjifuda with their names inked, attached to armor as identifiers in death, and I wonder if one lies buried under these roots, unclaimed, a name waiting centuries for a mouth to speak it again. My hunger, annoyingly mortal, interrupts the reverie, and I chew a strip of sour root, grimacing at its stubborn bitterness. Second joke squeezed between bites. Battlefield cuisine has really gone downhill. And even the owls withhold applause. I wander deeper, following the stains, and find a shallow trench filled with more bones. Not scattered but stacked, ribs aligned like kindling. Skulls tilted as if listening. I step back quickly, hand on the fox mask for courage, and whisper thanks to whatever ears remain, promising to pass quietly, though the silence presses closer in return, as if testing my sincerity. Thunder rumbles far away, soft now, just memory of last night's storm, and the trees sway, exposing another scar in the earth. This one shaped like a long cut, perhaps where a banner pole once stood. I cannot know, but my mind insists anyway. I murmur third joke, next time I will take the tourist route with better signage, and the bamboo leans slightly as if to nod at the attempt, then straightens with the gravity of a teacher. I leave the cedar and its battlefield relics behind, stepping lightly, aware that I am walking across a ledger of debts that were never balanced, and the forest keeps score in silence, waiting to see how much of it I am willing to read. The path tonight thins into a narrow corridor of mist, and I catch the faint rhythm of footsteps ahead, too steady to be my own. I follow because curiosity is a leash I keep pretending I can drop. The sound leads me into a clearing where pale figures drift in a line, robes loose, heads bowed, their pace deliberate and silent. I freeze at the edge, counting them. 1, 2, 3, then losing count as the fog folds them into dozens. Their procession endless, each figure carrying nothing yet moving as though burdened. I whisper first joke under my breath. Great. I have stumbled into the forest's parade without an invitation, and the words die quickly, absorbed before they can echo. Their faces are blurred, not hidden by masks but erased by distance that exists even when they are near. I step closer, my boots crunching on damp leaves, but the procession does not falter. They pass within arm's reach, and yet none brush me. None acknowledge me. They flow like smoke around a stone, leaving me standing in the eye of their ritual. My breath shallow, the fox mask heavy at my hip. I clutch it like a passport that may or may not be valid. I remember a historical fact that in some Buddhist sects, night processions of monks chanting sutras were believed to guide restless spirits, calming them before they grew troublesome. And I wonder if what I witness is that intention twisted, repetition without prayer, motion without peace. Historians still debate whether tales of the Hyakki Yagyo, the night parade of 100 demons, were allegories for social fears or reflections of ritual gone uncanny. Either way, I seem to have joined the audience. A quirky note comes to me that villagers once hung mirrors outside their doors to confuse wandering spirits. The belief that ghosts could not resist staring at their own reflection, and I glanced down at the polished curve of my mask, briefly tempted to raise it, but decide against it, unsure whether I want these pale travelers to remember themselves. The procession continues, winding into the mist, and I step carefully into their wake, each figure dissolving ahead until only the sound of synchronized steps remains. I follow for a time, mesmerized, until I notice they leave no footprints, the earth beneath them untouched, damp leaves unbroken, and my skin chills with the realization that only my own trail scars the ground. I stop abruptly, unwilling to risk being counted among them, and whisper second joke, imagine explaining this to a census taker, and the fog ignores me with bureaucratic efficiency. My stomach growls again. Desperate for distraction, I dig out a scrap of dried green, chewing bitterness as if it could anchor me. Third joke slipping out between chews. Even ghost parades do not offer concessions. And my voice sounds too loud, too alive, bouncing back from the trees with rude clarity. The pale figures thin, their steps fading, until the forest folds them away entirely, leaving me in the clearing alone, the silence so total it feels like the moment after a bell stops ringing. I bow, unsure to whom, then turn back toward the darker path, every step suddenly precious because it still leaves a mark. The clearing opens into two paths tonight, both narrow, both lined with bamboo that lean in like spectators awaiting my decision. I stand at the fork long enough to hear my own pulse exaggerate itself, and the fox mask at my hip feels suddenly heavier, as if it wants to vote. First joke muttered aloud. Democracy apparently works one mask, one vote, and the trees do not object. The left path smells faintly of smoke, the right of wet stone, neither promising safety. Both rehearsing menace. I remember that in medieval times crossroads were considered places of spirits, thresholds where boundaries blurred, and historians still debate whether offerings at such forks were meant to appease local kami or simply to bribe luck. Either way, the choice was never just geography, it was a wager, and I am already late to the table. I picked the left path because smoke at least suggests fire, and fire suggests warmth. But after 10 steps the air thickens, shadows lengthening in unnatural angles, bamboo stretching taller as if mocking my smallness, and I glance back to see the fork erased. The right path gone as though it never existed. The forest correcting my test paper. My stomach growls in complaint and I chew a strip of dried root, grimace at its refusal to taste like anything but wood. Second joke squeezed between bites. Maybe I should ask the forest for a menu next time, and my chuckle comes out brittle. The path twists, narrowing further, and I find small objects scattered in the dirt. Charms made of folded paper, senjafuda plastered with names. Though the ink has run, smudged into illegibility, I crouch to pick one up and the paper crumbles into ash between my fingers, vanishing before I can claim it. I whisper thanks anyway, a reflex, and tuck the memory into my pouch as if it were tangible. A quirky thought arrives uninvited, that some travelers used crossroads to tie riddles onto trees, believing answers might be revealed by dawn, but here the only riddle is survival, and the dawn is not a reliable judge. I press forward, the bamboo closing so tight I brush against them with each step, and their creak sounds like whispers deciding my fate. My breath grows shallow, my body tense, and then the path abruptly widens into another clearing, empty, too empty, the silence heavy as a verdict. I realized the crossroad was not about direction, but about acceptance. Either way, I was meant to arrive here. The illusion of choice a courtesy at best, I sigh. Third joke pushed out to steady myself, so the forest is basically running customer service surveys, and I shake my head at my own humor. But the mask feels a shade lighter, almost approving. I set down my pack, kneel briefly in the moonlight, and tell the trees I understand their trick, even if I do not appreciate it. Then stand again, stepping carefully across the clearing toward the next shadowed trail. Every sense sharpened by the knowledge that choices here are less about where and more about who I will be when I emerge. The night tastes of smoke before I even see the glow, a bitter tang curling against the back of my throat. I push through the bamboo and find a hollow where stones are stacked into a circle, flames leaping higher than any of my cautious campfires. The fire looks alive in a way that feels less like warmth and more like hunger. I edge closer, hand resting on the fox mask, and realize the heat is wrong, too intense for the small fuel at its base. I mutter first joke into the night, nice to see someone here knows how to cook properly, and the fire spits a spark in response as if insulted. My stomach growls, hopeful, but I hesitate, because the flames cast shadows that do not match mine. Long figures stretching and twisting in directions the firelight does not justify. They dance against the stones like an audience performing back at me, and when I step left they step slower, when I step right they step sharper, a rhythm I cannot predict. I kneel and see what burns at the core, not logs but offerings, bowls, pieces of armor blackened, and bones charred white, the forest feeding its appetite with what others left behind. I remember the historical fact that fire in Japanese warfare was both weapon and terror, used to flush enemies from forts, to starve them of supplies, whole villages reduced to ash, and I realize with a shiver that perhaps this blaze remembers. Historians still debate whether such burnings were strategic brilliance or atrocities dressed in justification, and I stand too close to that argument now. A quirky thought slips in that some shrines once carried sacred fire year to year, tended without pause, believed to embody continuity itself, and I wonder if this is the forest's parody of that. An eternal flame that feeds on fear. Second joke tumbles out. Pity they do not hand out merit badges for surviving arson by ghosts, and the shadows lean forward like they almost agree. I reach into my pouch and pull a twig, hesitate, then push it into the blaze. The flames roar greedily. But as the twig disappears, the fire drops suddenly, shrinking to embers, as though satisfied by tribute, leaving the clearing shivering in its absence. My hunger protests louder than before, but the heat lingers on my skin. Sweat cooling quickly, and I realize I have passed a threshold. Not victory, not safety, but an earned permission to continue. I sit in the glow of the dying embers, chewing a scrap of bitter green, grimacing as usual. Third joke whispered to myself. Forest fire cuisine definitely won't get a Michelin star, and I laugh quietly enough that the night almost softens. When I stand again, the embers wink once like a bow, then fade entirely, leaving me in moonlight, and I walk out of the hollow knowing I have survived 20 nights. But the fire has taken more than it gave, and somewhere ahead the forest hums with secrets still unpaid. Hey guys, tonight we continue once again, with the forest still leaning over me like a parent who refuses to let go, the bamboo dripping from last night's rain, the air sour with damp moss and ash, and my boots sinking into earth that feels softer than it should, as if it wants to memorize each step. I keep walking because standing still here feels like volunteering for a role I have not rehearsed. The fox mask at my side tapping against my hip like an impatient metronome, reminding me that the story has not ended, only shifted into another verse. I murmur first joke to calm myself. If this is the sequel, I hope they upgraded the catering, and the wind slides through the leaves with the kind of sigh only critics manage. The trail threads into denser growth until I stumble upon a wall of stones, low and crumbling, once boundary, now suggestion. I run my hand across its lichened skin and remember that boundaries in the old days were not just property lines. They were prayers, villagers stacking rocks to separate safe from forbidden, though historians still debate whether such lines were respected or ignored whenever hunger won the argument. I chuckle softly, quirky thought. In some regions people hid lucky charms inside the walls, coins or small dolls, as if the stones needed company, and I find myself tapping one rock just in case a secret friend waits inside. Beyond the wall, the air thickens with the scent of pine smoke. Not fresh but lingering, a memory of fire that does not match the silence. I pause, considering whether to turn back, but the forest does not offer reversals. It edits in real time. So I step forward into the hush. The fox mask heavier now as though bracing itself. My stomach complains, sharp and insistent, and I chew the last strip of dried root, grimacing at its stubborn refusal to taste like anything but wood. Second joke muttered between bites. Survival gourmet really needs better seasoning, and even the crows refuse to laugh. The ground rises and the mist parts, revealing the outline of a torii gate split down the middle, its two halves leaning away from each other like quarreling siblings. Beneath it a scatter of offerings rotted into mulch, rice gone to husks, coins fused with rust. I bow anyway because politeness remains my only reliable weapon, and for a moment I swear the wind pauses too, waiting, then resumes with a hiss that almost sounds like approval. I whisper thanks, though unsure to whom. The night grows deeper, shadows lengthen, and just before the path curves out of sight I glance back, only to find the stone wall already swallowed by trees, gone as though I dreamed it. Third joke spills out nervously. The forest really does handle stage changes like a professional crew, and my chuckle steadies me just enough to keep walking, one step further into the second act I never asked for. The path steepens until my calves mutter a formal complaint. The bamboo thins, and the slope spills me onto a ridge where the trees grow shorter and meaner, wind combing the grass in long, tired strokes. I crouch out of habit and listen. There is a low moan that at first I mistake for the forest's usual dramatics. Then I recognize it as a horn, not metal but hollow and living, the long breath of a conch curling up from the valley, a note I have heard in stories about mountain ascetics. I whisper to the mask that Yamabushi once carried shell trumpets called horogai to signal across ravines and pass codes without words, a detail so specific it feels like the forest planted it in my head as an hors d'oeuvre, and the wind approves with a nudge that smells like wet stone and old incense. I ease forward until the ridge breaks and I can see the valley floor. A scatter of huts around a ruined gate, smoke threads bruised blue from hidden fires, and three figures move with the unshowy precision of men who learn to keep time with orders. I flatten because my body remembers our first rope trap, and prefers not to audition for another. First joke murmurs out, "If there is a sign in sheet, I hope it accepts pseudonyms." The grass pretends not to laugh, but the blades sway like a polite audience. I inch along the ridge, keeping low, and the conch sounds again, closer now, answered from farther off, two notes crossing like invisible footbridges. The men below wear short coats and carry spears. Their steps practical, not ceremonial, a shigaroo if I had to bet, the kind of foot soldiers who did the hours while someone else got painted in the chronicles. They vanish beneath a leaning gate, and I catch a glimpse of banners stripped of color, just faded cloth snapping like old tongues. I stay put because the valley feels watched from more directions than I can count, and because my stomach has decided to contribute its own commentary. I bribe it with the smallest bite of sour green and pretend it is pickled plum. Second joke negotiates a truce. Fine dining is all about imagination anyway. Even the crows look away to spare me the embarrassment. A proper historical anchor unspools in my head to steady the nerves. During the Tokugawa shogunate daimyo were ordered to practice sankin kotai, alternate attendants that marched their wealth and pride to Edo every other year. Wives and heirs kept as very polite hostages. The highways swelled with processions, the 5 great roads sewing castle towns into a net. The fact is solid as a post, and yet from this ridge the world looks nothing like a map. Only threads of smoke and a gate that forgot what side it guards. I wonder if these patrols are the narrowed remains of a once official road, the forest swallowing everything except the stubborn habit of walking it. The horn hushes and a different sound replaces it. The faint creak of wood in tension. I freeze, remembering our earlier hanging snare and the log with shell teeth. I check the brush around my knees and find, yes, a pair of lines twisted through the grass, not ankle height now but higher, shoulders reach, connected to a frame of bent saplings and stones. I study its geometry and understand immediately that if I stand too quickly I will meet an argument with gravity I am not prepared to win. I grin in spite of myself. The forest is scaling difficulty like a game designer with a grudge. I cut the lines with my little knife and let the trap sigh back to sleep, whispering a thank you I probably owe to some unknown hunter. A tiny ritual that steadies my hands. I slip sideways along the ridge until a cleft opens and a path slides down into the valley like a ribbon thrown from a balcony. I take it with careful feet, counting breaths because the Ronin taught me their cheap magic. Near the bottom the conch sounds once more and a new note answers. Higher, reed thin, not shell at all, a whistle. I stop where the shadows from two boulders overlap and wait. The fox mask an extra heartbeat at my hip, and then I see them, not the patrol but three figures in layered robes stepping from behind a hut, faces smudged with ash. One carrying a staff decorated with paper streamers that clack softly. They walk toward the ruined gate, pausing to press palms to a half-toppled stone as if checking its pulse. And in the quiet I remember that ascetic orders sometimes served as guides for dangerous passes, offering prayers and practical advice in equal measure. Historians still debate how much those mountain cults blended with the espionage we later label ninja, whether the shadow arts were monastic discipline repurposed or separate crafts braided years later by novels and cinema. The argument buzzes like a gnat while below me robes and spears share a courtyard without hurrying to kill one another, which either means truce, ritual, or that both are too tired to misbehave. I edge farther until a post rises in front of me covered in paper talismans. Dozens, layered and weather-cured into a papery bark, some written clear enough to read: ward against fever, ward against bad dreams, ward against fox mischief. I put a hand over my own mask on reflex and mumble an apology to any paper that might be offended. A quirky memory surfaces that travelers sometimes pasted their name slips, Senjafuta, on gates and shrines as proof they were here and as a small wish that they might arrive again. A paper breadcrumb. These look older, thicker, as if the valley has been pasted and repasted by fears for years. I want to add my own scrap and realize all I can contribute is breath. So I breathe like a signature no one will see. The wind swings around and brings me the smell I failed to name earlier. Not only smoke, something sweet underneath. Grain cooked to porridge and then left too long. My mouth aches at the idea of hot rice even as my common sense lectures my feet to stay still. I listen to both and compromise by leaning closer without moving. I can see a pot in a corner, blackened, set above an ember line, no flames, only the memory of heat. The ash-fingered robed figure stirs it with a branch while speaking words I cannot catch. The patrol returns, two spears tapping. They do not salute, but they do not interrupt. One kneels and raises a shallow bowl, a gesture asking or offering. I cannot tell. My throat does the briefest dance of envy. I look away so the feeling does not get louder than my caution. I give the valley a minute to finish its business and think. And because thinking often invites the past to narrate, I find myself chewing on another open question that historians keep opening: whether the quiet decades of Edo were as peaceful as the later textbooks promised, if order sat that cleanly on the backs of the poor, or if what we call peace was simply the loudest story winning. The debate is less comforting than my usual trivia. But it suits the valley, where cooperation looks fragile and negotiated breath by breath. A choreography more than a law. The sun goes, the color bleeds from the huts, and the wind climbs the ridge to remind me that Standing still is its own kind of decision. I inch back until the talisman post no longer sniffs my sleeve, then follow the cleft up, choosing not to introduce myself to the people below who are obviously too busy introducing themselves to survival. Third joke travels with me like a candle in a pocket. If there is a networking event for Haunted Valleys, I will RSVP with profound regrets. Even the owls permit a small hoot at that one. At the top I pause where the grass flattens and watch. There is movement by the ruined gate, a small group carrying something on a litter toward the slope beyond. Careful, unceremonious, a practical procession with no time for legends. I remember the lanterns in the mist from the first nights, the moths who became fire, the duel that ended in a bow instead of a wound, and it occurs to me that the forest has been rehearsing me for larger rooms, teaching eye contact and exits. I whisper this to the mask and it refuses its opinion, which I generously interpret as consent. I turn inland, away from the valley, toward a black seam between two hills where the Horrigai's last echo threads like smoke. My boots tap a tired rhythm. The ridge gives way to shelves of rock banded with mica that catch star residue, and in those glitter chips I think of other networks. Roads and passes and courier paths, of the way orders and rumors traveled in rice sacks and priest sleeves, of the way truth moved slower than stories and sometimes not at all. And because I am tired of mere thinking, I stop at a shelf that curves like a shallow bowl, scrape together a stingy fire, and let it tick into warmth while I ration the last of my water. For a moment I consider trying to signal with the fire the way the horns signaled. Then decide the forest has had enough of my experiments for one night. Before I sleep, I speak a steady fact into the dark to anchor myself, that Edo's roads, the Takeda and its siblings, tied provinces to a capital until travel itself became culture. Prints and guidebooks teaching people how to look, how to arrive, how to remember. The forest listens and does not object, maybe because even it knows some nets are wider than branches. I add a softer confession for any unseen auditors, that I am still counting breaths, that I am still teaching my feet not to sprint when shadows organize, that I am practicing the bow that ends duels, and that tomorrow I will walk the seam between hills to see who plays the conch there. If anyone, if anything, I tuck the fox mask against my ribs and wait for sleep to find a place to sit. The wind braids itself with the last horn note and threads through me. And somewhere far down in the valley, a pot lid clinks like a small bell promising either supper or thunder. No way to tell which until morning. The seam between the hills funnels me down a passage, so narrow the bamboo scrape my shoulders. Their stalks whispering like ushers annoyed I arrived late. I shuffle forward until the path widens into a hollow that smells faintly of charred resin, and there I find another fire pit. Not cold, not blazing, but smoldering with the patience of someone who expects to return. I crouch, poke the ash with a stick, and uncover fragments of rice still clinging to the bottom of a cracked pot. My stomach lurches with rude hope. First joke muttered. Nothing like 5-star leftovers from the forest's exclusive dining club, and the smoke curls as if unimpressed. I scan the hollow and notice marks carved into the surrounding rocks, not random scratches but kanji half eroded, phrases repeating, warnings or prayers. My fingers trace one and the groove still feels fresh. I recall that travelers sometimes left carved sutras in stone, offerings meant to endure longer than their bodies. Historians still debate whether such inscriptions were individual desperate acts or part of coordinated pilgrim networks. Tonight it does not matter. What matters is someone stood here recently enough that the lines still taste sharp under my hand. A quirky note comes to mind that certain mountain cults even painted sutras on rocks using their own blood mixed with pigment, an intimacy both grotesque and sincere, and I wonder if these marks have such a history. Though I do not lean close enough to test, my hunger has taught me some curiosities should starve. I step away from the pit, scanning for tracks, and find a trail of ash leading deeper, prints faint, too light for armored feet. Maybe robed figures again, maybe nothing. I follow, chewing on a root shred I saved, grimacing at its flavor. Second joke between bites. Forest cuisine still refuses to evolve past the Stone Age, and the trees creak in mock agreement. The path dips into another clearing where the ground is scarred with circles of burnt grass, as if fires were lit in sequence, ritual or signaling. I stand at the center and feel a vibration hum beneath me, low, steady, like a drumbeat buried alive. My skin prickles, and I whisper to the mask that maybe this is rehearsal for another ghostly procession. It says nothing, which I take as consent to worry. A crow swoops overhead, cawing 3 times, and perches on a dead branch, its gaze fixed on me as though auditing my attendance. I bow reflexively, recalling that in Edo tales, crows were often guides between realms. Their numbers omens, 3 cause meaning transition. Though scholars still argue whether such symbolism was imported from Chinese folklore or uniquely grown in Japanese soil, the debate lingers academic in books, but here it perches above me, feathers slick as ink. The ash prints end at the far edge of the clearing, swallowed by bamboo, and I sigh. Third joke offered to the emptiness. Maybe the forest should invest in clearer signage for its haunted tour, and the crow flaps once as if to punctuate the line. I move on, pulse steadying, aware that I have stepped into someone else's ritual, but unwilling to step back. Because forward is the only currency the forest accepts. The bamboo yields to a stretch of pines that groan under their own weight, the trunks black with resin streaks. And the air is sharp, heavy with sap. I step carefully because the ground here is littered with shards of pottery. Bowls cracked in half, cups splintered, as if an invisible banquet had been hurled against the earth. I crouch to lift one and the glaze is faintly blue, still smooth despite the break. My stomach complains on cue and I mutter first joke. Apparently the forest hosts dinner parties but forgets to serve food, and the silence presses like an unimpressed guest. A little farther on I stumble upon a post stuck into the soil, half rotten, but paper charms still cling to it, their ink washed pale, the faint outlines of prayers for harvest and health. I brush my fingers against one and it disintegrates instantly, fluttering down like snow, and the others tremble though no wind moves. I step back instinctively, remembering that villagers often placed such talismans at borders. A symbolic fence against whatever prowled at night. Historians still debate whether these charms were genuinely believed to hold power or were simply cultural etiquette, gestures made because everyone else did. Tonight the debate is irrelevant. The charms still tremble as if answering questions I did not ask. A quirky detail surfaces, that some travelers licked the corners of charms before sticking them to posts, believing their own saliva tied the blessing to their body. I consider this absurd intimacy and laugh softly. Second joke. I will pass on taste testing history. Thank you, and the pines sway once, sounding like dry applause. The path leads me into another clearing where stones form a circle around a central slab, offerings scattered across it, coins rusted into lumps, a sake jar shattered, and a half-burned doll with eyes painted wide. I hesitate because dolls in abandoned places rarely improve bedtime stories. I bow anyway, out of reflex, and whisper thanks for the warning I have not yet received. The air thickens in reply, my breath fogging as if the temperature dropped a season. Hunger intrudes again, sharp and impatient. I chew on the last of my sour greens, grimacing. Third joke between chews. Fine. I will start a restaurant called Forest Regret. One item on the menu, no refunds, and my chuckle steadies my legs enough to step forward. At the far end of the clearing another post stands, taller, firmer, its top scorched black, and nailed across it is a strip of armor, a shoulder guard lacquer cracked, with a name faintly scratched beneath, unreadable. I trace the grooves with my thumb and feel the indentations bite my skin, a reminder that someone once stood here. Someone once needed this marker. I whisper their name anyway, inventing one because silence deserves company. Then I shoulder my pack and step back into the forest, carrying the uneasy feeling that the banquet is not over, only paused until I provide the next course. The forest guides me into a wider clearing tonight, one framed by uneven stones that jut like broken teeth, and at its center stands a shrine so small it could fit inside a hut, its roof cracked, its wooden doors hanging crooked. I pause because even in ruin it radiates the dignity of something once tended daily. I kneel out of instinct, whispering a greeting. First joke slips out, apologies for arriving without the cleaning supplies, and the silence allows the humor to echo before folding it into the moss. I step closer and slide the crooked doors aside. Inside lies a single object, a bell the size of a fist, green with rust but intact, a braided cord frayed yet still knotted to its handle. I remember that shrine bells were rung to summon attention from the divine, to announce presence, not to demand but to request. Historians still debate whether the smaller roadside shrines were meant for official worship or simply served as spiritual pit stops for travelers, and I wonder whether this one ever answered prayers or only collected them like coins in a forgotten jar. A quirky memory surfaces that some temples once melted old swords to cast their bells, transforming violence into resonance. A kind of alchemy I find oddly comforting, and I imagine this little bell might once have been a blade singing a different song. I touch it lightly and the metal hums faintly. The sound thin but persistent, carrying farther than I expect, and the forest answers by stilling completely. No rustle, no bird, just my heartbeat kicking against the silence. I step back quickly, replace the doors as best I can, and bow again, promising not to overstay. My stomach growls rudely during the bow, and I mutter second joke. Leave it to me to pray for food louder than for safety. The breeze returns, carrying the faint smell of cooked rice though no pot waits nearby. I follow the scent and find only an overturned bowl half sunk in mud, grains hardened to stone. I try one against my teeth and nearly crack a molar. Third joke squeezed through the ache. Michelin would definitely not recommend shrine leftovers, and I spit the grain out before it can punish me further. The shrine watches as I shoulder my pack and turn back to the path, its doors crooked but now closed, the bell silent, and I carry the uneasy certainty that I have wrung something's attention, though I do not yet know whether it will be merciful or merely curious. The air tonight is heavier, carrying a damp musk that clings to my throat as I push through thickets of undergrowth. The ground dips suddenly and I nearly stumble into a shallow depression ringed with stones, not a natural hollow but the shell of a fire long abandoned. I kneel and find the ash disturbed, paw prints pressed deep, too wide for fox, too narrow for bear. I mutter first joke. Apparently the forest hosts dinner parties for creatures that do not RSVP, and the sound vanishes without echo as if the earth swallowed it whole. The prints lead me toward a ridge where the bamboo gives way to open ground, moonlight spilling freely. And there a man waits, seated on his heels beside a pole, armor stripped down to the essentials, a short blade across his knees, his posture exact, not relaxed but measured. I freeze, unsure if he is flesh or memory. He lifts his head and his eyes meet mine, calm, almost kind, and he speaks softly, "You should not walk so loudly." I laugh under my breath, second joke. It is my trademark entrance, and the words sound absurd in the solemn air, but his mouth twitches as if he almost approves. He calls himself nothing, only a wanderer, but his manner betrays discipline. A Ronin perhaps, one of many masterless after wars settled into peace. I recall the plain fact that after Sekigahara thousands of samurai lost their lords, becoming drifters, teachers, mercenaries, their existence both tolerated and feared. Historians still debate whether Ronin were dangerous agitators threatening order or necessary keepers of martial knowledge in stagnant times, and as I study his blade I suspect both answers could live in the same man. He shifts, resting the short sword across his lap like a reminder rather than a threat, and tells me this ridge hides more than ash, that bodies lie buried shallow beneath, outlaws cut down and covered in haste. I feel the ground pulse beneath my boots, and I think of the quirky detail that in some regions criminals were buried, face down so their spirits could not find the way back. I resist the urge to glance at the soil too closely. My stomach betrays me with a growl, rude in the tense silence. He tilts his head and produces a wrapped packet. Inside a pickled plum, sour mebashi. My throat tightens at the gift. I accept, the flavor sharp enough to slap life back into my tongue. I whisper thanks, third joke between chews. Nothing like bedtime sour candy to keep nightmares polite. And he chuckles, a dry sound, before rising slowly, sword sheathed. He tells me to keep moving, that the forest does not like guests who linger, and when I blink he is already stepping into the mist, dissolving without fanfare, leaving only the sour aftertaste and the certainty that the ground beneath me remembers more names than I will ever know. The forest feels restless tonight, the air sharp as though it has been holding its breath too long. I follow a trail barely wider than my boots until the bamboo parts to reveal a slope scattered with pale stones. Each carved faintly, not graves exactly but markers, their characters blurred by moss. I kneel before one and rub gently, the groove still shallow but clear enough to read half a name. I whisper it aloud even though my tongue feels clumsy. First joke slips out. Apologies if I mispronounced. I am new here, and the silence accepts it without correction. As I move among the markers, I realize they are arranged not randomly but in lines, small rows sloping downward, like a village translated into stone. I recall the historical fact that after famines or epidemics, temporary burial grounds were carved in forests, whole communities vanishing from records except for rows like these. Historians still debate whether these sites were abandoned due to fear of spirits or simply lost when generations moved on. And tonight the answer seems less important than the undeniable weight of absence pressing against my ribs. A quirky detail comes to mind, that in some regions villagers tied scraps of clothing to grave markers so the dead would recognize them on return journeys. Here I see faint threads snagged on corners, weathered to near dust, and I feel an odd comfort imagining someone long ago refusing to let memory dissolve entirely. My stomach intrudes again with a low growl. Disrespectful in this solemn place, I pull out a scrap of dried root, chew reluctantly, second joke muttered between bites, nothing like gourmet cuisine in a cemetery, and I grimace at my own attempt to lighten the mood. The bamboo sighs faintly in response. Not angry, just tired. I wander deeper, the rows thinning until only a single marker remains, taller, more deliberate, its surface carved with a symbol I do not recognize. The fox mask at my hip feels heavier and I touch it for reassurance. The air chills abruptly, and from the corner of my eye I see figures between the stones, standing, watching, pale but still. I turn fully and they vanish, leaving only the breeze tugging at my sleeves. I bow low, whispering thanks for permission to pass. Third joke offered softly. Do not worry, I am just window shopping, and I straighten slowly, stepping back toward the path, careful not to brush the markers. The forest closes the slope behind me, sealing the stones into their own silence, and I walk on with the uneasy gratitude of someone who has borrowed time from the dead. The night leads me into a corridor of bamboo that arches overhead like the ribs of some enormous beast, the air so close it feels as though I am walking through a throat. Each step echoing damply, I clutch the fox mask at my side and mutter first joke. Great, swallowed whole before supper, and the path answers with a creak that might be laughter or indigestion. The corridor narrows further until I nearly brush both walls with my shoulders. Then it opens suddenly into a small glade lit by moonlight that seems unnaturally bright. At its center a wooden frame stands, two upright posts with a crossbeam. No rope left but scars on the beam where cords once bit deep. My breath stutters as I realize I am looking at the skeleton of a gallows, simple, practical, unadorned. I remember the historical fact that executions in rural Japan were often carried out not in cities but on the edges of villages, the bodies left displayed as warnings. Historians still debate whether such scaffolds were common during peacetime or exaggerated in later tales to stoke fear. Tonight, the debate feels irrelevant. The wood itself is testimony. I step closer, the frame leaning slightly, its base swallowed by weeds, and find beneath it a scatter of stones, perhaps placed by villagers, perhaps simply fallen. Among them lies a rope fragment, frayed and stiff. I pick it up and it crumbles instantly, dusting my fingers with decay. I laugh softly, second joke. Guess even nooses have a retirement plan, and the sound drifts thinly into the trees. A quirky detail surfaces from memory, that some believed executed criminals could become Goryo, vengeful spirits demanding pacification, and shrines were sometimes built near gallows to soothe them. I scan the clearing and indeed find a small stone basin tipped over, moss covering its lip, as if offerings once filled it. I bow instinctively, whispering thanks I hope counts as apology. My stomach interrupts rudely. Hollow as the frame above, I chew a sliver of sour green, grimacing at its taste. Third joke mumbled, at least I am not on the menu, and the fox mask feels lighter as if it agreed. I turn to leave, but just before I step back into the bamboo, I hear a rope creak behind me. Sharp and heavy, I whirl, the frame empty, swaying slightly though the air is still. I bow again, deeper this time, then retreat carefully, the corridor closing behind me with a whisper of stalks, as if the forest had only rehearsed the memory of punishment and decided to let me pass. For now. The forest carries a metallic tang. Tonight, sharp on the tongue before I even see the source, the path bends into a shallow ravine where two rocks stand upright like bookends, and between them rests a single helmet. Lacquer peeled, crest snapped. The inside dark, I crouch and study it, wondering how long it has been waiting for eyes. First joke slips out. Lost and found department really needs a clerk, and the ravine answers only with the click of pebbles settling under my boots. Around the helmet lie fragments of armor half buried, shoulder guards, a shin plate, and further along a broken yari head still wedged into the soil. The whole place feels like a coat shed abandoned by men who never came back. I remember the historical fact that after skirmishes, armor was often stripped from bodies and sold, recycled or reforged. Yet here the pieces were left behind. Historians still debate whether such sites mark ambushes too small for chronicles or rituals where equipment was surrendered to appease the land. And tonight I feel I have stepped into an argument the forest never closed. A quirky detail floats up, that in some provinces children once played with discarded jingesa hats as makeshift sleds. Laughter sliding across hills once meant for war. And I picture that absurd innocence while staring at the helmet, my throat tight with a mix of grief and relief. I step past the rocks, and the ravine narrows, forcing me sideways until I come upon a stream trickling weakly over stones. Its water stained red by mineral runoff, yet looking too much like blood in the moonlight. I taste it anyway, metallic, sour, not deadly, just unpleasant. Second joke squeezed out. Free iron supplements courtesy of the forest. And my own chuckle sounds brittle against the water's hiss. My hunger gnaws and I search the banks for anything edible, finding only bitter greens that fight my teeth like wet paper. I chew anyway, muttering that survival does not come with flavor. The forest does not disagree. Ahead the ravine opens suddenly into a circle of bare earth, flattened as though hundreds of feet once marched here. And in the center a banner pole leans. Cloth long rotted, but its shadow still vivid under the moon. I bow instinctively because the silence demands it. Third joke whispered low, "Do not worry, I am not here to join roll call." And the bamboo sways faintly at the rim, as though acknowledging attendance. I step lightly across the bare earth, fox mask firm at my side, carrying the uneasy sense that battles forgotten by history are not forgotten by the ground, and that I am walking across someone else's muster still waiting to be dismissed. The path rises onto a ridge where the moon spreads wide, and from here I see it. A field below scattered with the black ribs of roofs, houses collapsed into heaps, an entire village hollowed out. I descend slowly, boots crunching on tiles that snap like brittle shells, the silence oppressive, as if every wall still remembers the voices it once held. I step into what might have been a main street, beams charred, doors torn from hinges, bowls overturned in the dust, and my chest tightens. First joke whispered to steady my legs. Real estate here definitely needs better disclosure forms. The wind hisses between the broken rafters like disapproving laughter. I move through the wreckage and find a well at the center, its stones intact though the bucket is gone. I peer inside, water reflecting a slice of moon, and for a moment I swear a face looks back, pale and blurred, but when I blink it is only my own distortion. I remember the historical fact that, during famines, whole hamlets vanished, abandoned in haste, their wells left as markers of loss. Historians still debate whether such disappearances were due to plague, starvation, or forced relocation by lords seeking to consolidate land. Tonight the debate feels uncomfortably real as the emptiness presses against me. A quirky note returns to me that some villagers left dolls at wells as guardians. Tiny carved figures meant to protect the water. And sure enough, near the base I find a fragment. A head with painted eyes still intact, staring upward. I bow instinctively and whisper thanks, because any guardian deserves respect. Even one left broken. My stomach growls rudely, echoing in the silence. I chew a strip of dried root, grimace at its wooden taste, second joke forced through my teeth. Abandoned villages are not known for their room service, and the rafters groan as if unimpressed. I wander into a larger structure, perhaps once a meeting hall, its beams half collapsed. Inside the floor is littered with scroll fragments. Ink faded, too ruined to read. I gather one corner and see only a smudge of kanji, enough to tease meaning but not enough to save it. I sigh, bow, and replace it, thinking of how records vanish faster than memory, how paper is lighter than stone but heavier than silence. The moon dips lower, shadows stretching across the ruins, and I feel eyes watching though no one moves. Third joke whispered to the emptiness. If anyone's still here, please do not charge rent. And the wind rattles a loose shutter as if to close the conversation. I leave the village slowly, each step respectful, the fox mask heavy at my hip, carrying the weight of lives erased from chronicles but still echoing in walls that refuse to fall quiet. The forest herds me onto a path that feels older than the ruins behind. Stones pressed deep into the ground like vertebrae, half sunk, slick with moss. I recognize it as an old road though no one walks it now. I trace the grooves where cartwheels once wore their argument into the stone. First joke slips out, nice of the forest to keep the highway open with no traffic. And the cicadas click as though unimpressed. I walk slowly because the air is heavy with anticipation, and soon I hear it. A faint metallic rhythm ahead, clink and scrape, repeated like someone sharpening a blade with more patience than years. I approach until I see him, a figure crouched beside a flat rock, whetstone in hand, sword balanced across his knees, each motion deliberate, sparks faint in the dark. I stop, but he does not look up, as if he knows I am there and simply does not care. I remember the historical fact that swords were not sharpened daily but maintained with obsessive care, considered extensions of the body, and that sword polishers were craftsmen whose skill could elevate a weapon into art. Historians still debate whether warriors truly treasured their blades for utility or more as symbols of identity. And watching him tonight, I suspect both answers are correct. A quirky detail floats in my mind, that some samurai sprinkled ground whetstone powder into ink to sign documents, binding their sword's essence into their words. I glance at the sparks flying and imagine these could be sentences, escaping before they are written. My hunger interrupts rudely, my stomach growling loud enough that the figure finally glances up, his face shadowed beneath the helmet. Unreadable, he studies me for a long breath, then returns to sharpening. Second joke murmured softly, glad to see customer service is still sharpening its skills. And my voice sounds far too loud. He pauses once more, wipes the blade, and sets it carefully across the stone, then raises his eyes fully, meeting mine, and for a moment I feel weighed, measured, not judged but catalogued. He speaks low. A single word I do not catch, carried off by the wind. Then he stands and sheathes the sword with a motion so smooth it silences even the cicadas. I bow deeply, instinctively, and when I rise he is gone, dissolved into the mist like sparks cooling in water. Only the whetstone remains, warm to the touch, as if it has been working for hours. I set it back on the rock and bow again. Third joke whispered, good to know ghosts are at least punctual about maintenance, and I step back onto the mossy road, the fox mask heavier at my hip. The path ahead waiting like a sentence half-written. The mossy road curves downward until it dissolves into a marsh, reeds rising tall and pale, their stalks rattling like brittle bones when the breeze sighs. I tread carefully, boots sinking into wet earth that grips my ankles as though bargaining for a longer stay. First joke muttered to myself, congratulations, you have just won a free mud bath. And the marsh pretends not to laugh. The reeds part suddenly to reveal a pool dark as ink, its surface unbroken, reflecting the moon so perfectly it looks like a second sky. I crouch and dip my fingers, but the water clings oddly, slicker than expected, leaving a faint shimmer across my skin. I remember the historical fact that wetlands often hid the remnants of battles, weapons and bodies swallowed by mud, their stories preserved in silence. Rather than scrolls, historians still debate whether marsh burials were deliberate concealments or accidents of geography. And staring into this pool, I cannot decide which feels more likely. A quirky thought drifts up, that some villagers believed spirits of the drowned lingered in ponds, pulling at ankles to demand company. I pull mine free from the mud with extra care, and the reeds rattle in amusement. My hunger claws at me again, and I chew a tough strip of dried root. Bitter enough to sting, second joke squeezed between bites. Spa treatment and terrible catering. 5 stars for ambience, 1 star for food, and I shake my head at myself. A ripple disturbs the surface, though no stone fell. And in the reflection I see pale figures standing behind me among the reeds. When I spin around there is nothing, only the stalks bending slightly. I clutch the fox mask at my hip, whisper thanks for the warning, and bow low toward the pool, the water settling again as if appeased. I edge along the rim until the marsh narrows back into firmer soil, pausing once to glance back, the moon still glimmering in that dark mirror. Third joke whispered softly, I will take the road over the swimming lessons, thanks, and the reeds rustle like polite applause. I step onto higher ground, boots squelching, and the marsh exhales behind me, content to let me go. For now, the forest pushes me into a rise where the trees thin into a circle, and as I step inside I hear it, the faint beat again, drums without drummers, low and steady like a heart practicing. For battle, I pause at the edge. First joke whispered, clearly someone's rehearsing for a concert no one bought tickets to, and the sound deepens as if amused by my sarcasm. The ground here is bare dirt packed smooth, wide enough to have hosted gatherings, and the drumbeat seems to leak up from the soil itself, each vibration rattling through my bones. I kneel and press a palm flat, the rhythm sharper under my skin, not random, almost patterned, I recall the historical fact that taiko drums once directed armies, signals for advance or retreat, their voices carrying farther than human shouts. Historians still debate whether accounts of drums shaking the ground were literal or poetic exaggeration. And kneeling here, I wonder if the poets had simply borrowed notes from the soil. A quirky thought bubbles up, that some villages used drums not for war but to scare away pests from crops. They're booming enough to convince birds the gods were angry, and I grin despite myself. Second joke, pest control through percussion, cheaper than hiring guards, and the air trembles faintly in response. The beat grows louder, sharper, as if 100 invisible hands strike together, and for a moment I see dust lift from the ground in tiny puffs. Though no feet march, shadows flicker at the edges of the circle. Helmets and banners rising and falling in rhythm, but when I blink the space is empty again, only the sound pounding in my chest. I whisper thanks anyway, bowing low, hoping respect buys passage. My stomach growls, crude counterpoint to the solemn rhythm. I dig out a sliver of dried root and chew. Bitter as always, third joke muttered through clenched teeth. Forest symphonies do not serve intermissions. And I swallow hard as the drums soften, fading into silence. The circle still hums faintly beneath my feet, but the way forward clears, a narrow trail opening on the far side. I step onto it carefully, fox mask firm at my hip, carrying the echo of drums inside my ribs, the forest content for now to let the rhythm travel with me instead of keeping it. The trail dips into a grove where the trees knot tightly, their trunks bent like weary monks, and in the center rises a shrine half consumed by vines, its roof slanted, its wooden doors rotting but still upright. I step closer cautiously, fox mask tapping against my hip like a reminder, and whisper a greeting, first joke slipping out. Housekeeping clearly has not checked in for a few centuries, and the vines twitch faintly as if insulted. I brush the door aside and peer inside, where a cracked altar stone rests beneath layers of dust. Incense sticks long burned to stubs. Yet when I lean closer, I smell resin, sharp and fresh, as if someone only just prayed here. I recall the historical fact that roadside shrines were often tended by passing travelers more than locals. Tiny contracts with the divine renewed by strangers. Historians still debate whether these shrines were sanctioned by priests or simply tolerated folk practices. And tonight the debate matters less than the fact that the air still breathes with offerings. A quirky memory surfaces that some shrines hid coins or mirrors beneath their foundations, symbols meant to anchor the gods. And for a moment I picture this crumbling place sitting atop a buried treasure of faith. Not gold, just forgotten conviction. My stomach growls, rude in the incense thick quiet. I chew a strip of sour root, grimacing, second joke muttered, divine blessings are calorie-free again. And the bamboo sighs like a disappointed waiter. I kneel anyway, light a twig from my small fire and press it into the ash, watching smoke curl lazily upward. The vines shift as though breathing, and I bow low, whispering thanks to whatever remains awake here. When I rise, the shrine feels lighter, its shadow less heavy, and I slip the mask into my hands, pressing its cool cheek against the cracked altar. Before hanging it back at my belt, third joke whispered, if you expect a 5-star review you will need to fix the roof, and the forest stirs faintly with a breeze that could almost be a chuckle. I leave quietly, glancing back once, and the shrine seems to stand straighter, as though reminded that being remembered is enough. The forest narrows into a canyon-like cut, stone walls pressing on both sides, and the air carries a smell of iron even before I see the source. Scattered along the path are arrowheads rusted brown, their shafts long vanished. I crouch to lift one and it flakes in my hand. First joke muttered. Recycling clearly was not a thing back then, and the echo bounces between the stone walls like laughter too dry to belong to me. I move carefully, noticing gouges carved into the rock. grooves from years of wheels or sledges dragged through. This was once a road, perhaps even a choke point for ambush. I remember the historical fact that narrow passes often doubled as defensive strongholds in medieval Japan, controlling trade or troop movement with simple geography. Historians still debate whether such choke points shaped the outcomes of regional conflicts more than actual battlefield tactics. And standing here between these walls, I think strategy is just another word for patience. A quirky detail comes to me, that some daimyo ordered their men to plant pine or bamboo near passes not for beauty but for acoustics, amplifying the sound of marching feet to intimidate enemies. I pause to listen and the canyon obliges, carrying my heartbeat forward like a drum. Hunger presses again. Sharp and insistent, I gnaw on a bitter root and grimace. Second joke whispered, battlefield rations really could use an upgrade, and the stone walls click faintly as if they agree. Further on I stumble into a widening of the path where stones are arranged in a semicircle, and within them a scorched patch still blackened, the remnants of a fire pit too deliberate to be random. I kneel beside it, bow my head, whispering thanks, imagining weary soldiers warming there, hands centuries ago, the ghosts of their breath still hanging in the cold. When I rise, the canyon narrows once more, funneling me toward a gap no wider than my shoulders. And as I squeeze through, I hear the clink of metal behind me, faint, rhythmic like armor brushing stone. I bow instinctively toward the sound, though I do not look back. Third joke muttered, I will just let the rear guard handle that. And the echo swallows my words as I emerge into the open night air, carrying the weight of unseen footsteps pacing behind. The path climbs into a plateau where the trees thin and the moon spills, freely silvering the grass into a pale sea. In the middle stands a mound of stones shaped like a cairn, taller than me, its surface layered with moss but deliberately stacked. I approach slowly, fox mask heavy at my hip, and whisper a greeting. First joke to ease the silence. Nice of the forest to leave me a giant paperweight, and the wind brushes past as though unimpressed. I circle the mound and see offerings, tucked into its cracks, coins dulled with rust, scraps of cloth long shredded, even the hilt of a broken tanto wedged between rocks. I remember the historical fact that such cairns often marked battlefield dead. Raised in haste when burial was impossible, historians still debate whether these were genuine memorials or simply practical markers, a way to remind travelers to tread carefully. Tonight, the stones feel less like warning and more like witness. A quirky thought drifts in, that some villagers once added a stone each time they passed, believing the pile mirrored their own lives, rising piece by piece until memory outweighed absence. I stoop, pick up a smooth pebble, and place it gently, whispering thanks, and for a moment the cairn seems to exhale. My stomach growls into the hush. I chew the last of a sour green tucked away. Second joke muttered through grimace. I am sure the spirits appreciate me bringing snacks even if I do not share, and the cairn holds its silence with dignity. A crow caws overhead, circling once before vanishing into the dark. Its cry slicing the stillness. I bow lower than usual, the cairn radiating a weight that presses at my chest. A reminder that survival here is borrowed time. When I step back onto the path, the air warms slightly, as though the mound approved my brief visit. Third joke whispered, well, at least I passed inspection without paperwork, and I laugh softly to steady my legs. The forest closes again around me as I leave, but the sense of unseen eyes lingers, following not in malice but in memory, as if the cairn has added me to its tally of stones. The path schemes a ridge of shale and then dives toward a hillside that looks stitched with scars. Shallow cuts running like ribs, and at the base I find a door set into earth, planks swollen with damp, iron ring cold as river stone when I touch it. I hesitate because the forest rarely offers doors that lead to naps. Then murmur first joke to steady my hand. Great, a basement level in the haunted park, VIP access, and the bamboo behind me creaks like a bouncer with standards. I pull and the wood protests, breath of old straw and ink slipping out. I step inside and the dark eats me until my small fire licks the corners, revealing a storehouse cut straight into the slope, shelves sagging with bundles wrapped in oiled paper, wooden tablets tied in sheaves, ropes of dried plants hanging like brittle rain. The air tastes like forgotten errands. I set the fox mask on a crate and begin reading the room the way you read a suspicious smile, slowly, politely, expecting teeth. The first bundle yields ledgers, neat columns, brushstrokes still confident, names and numbers measured in koku, a rice world that keeps score in bowls. And a plain historical anchor rises to calm me. The Tokugawa regime ran on kakadaka assessments, domains valued by rice yield more than acreage, taxes counted in grain that could feed armies or starve villages, a logic tidy enough to fit on these shelves. I run a thumb along a tally notch and feel how easily arithmetic can bruise. I turn another page and my skin prickles. Not just rice, temple stamps too. Little vermilion suns pressed by priests. Turok proofs that a household belonged on the map and not to forbidden faiths. A reminder that registration policed heresy and population with the same red seal. I shut the ledger gently because the paper suddenly feels like a throat. From a peg hangs a coil of brown rope studded with dots of resin, and I laugh under my breath. Second joke to myself. Finally a clock I can afford, because I recognize it. The old incense timekeeper, Ko Dokii, a cord burned to marks to measure hours before bells taught everyone to agree. A quirky relic that would have perfumed schedules with frankness and smoke. I imagine a clerk once counting ash here, tapping the rope to wake the afternoon, and for a silly moment I check whether my breath can move the ash toward dawn. Something scrapes behind me and the fire jerks. I turn and find the shelves trembling, a small slide of tablets loosening like teeth. I steady them and realize each bears a crest charcoaled over, not painted proud but rubbed faint. A smudge where loyalty used to live, and my ribs tighten because I am not in a pantry. I am in a memory vault thieves would envy, a catalog for disappearances. I hear again the conch across the valleys and the foot soldiers' measured steps and understand these ledgers feed more than tax men. They feed rumors and punishments. The hill hums low like a drum warming its skin. I flip another stack and a map unfolds. Ink so faded the rivers are pale veins. But there they are, little black squares like stitches where checkpoints once pinched roads. I whisper another anchor to ground myself. The shogunate's highways were corseted by Sakisho where passes were controlled. Women and guns watched with equal suspicion. Travel documents stamped like prayers, and historians still debate whether this web was more about safety and trade discipline or about fear, a long arm that squeezed daimyo and pilgrims alike. From inside this burrow, the answer feels obvious and also useless. Both are true and the shelves are the proof. A thump above interrupts and sifts dust across my fire. The ceiling answers with a dull groan, the shale ridge settling its argument with gravity. I kill the flame with my palm and listen, heart drumming the old circle's cadence in my bones. Somewhere outside a horn calls thinly and is swallowed by the slope. The door frame ticks as if cooling from heat it never owned. I breathe into account the Ronin taught me and begin packing what I dare carry. A single ledger leaf torn at a seam where the red stamp has bled but not drowned the name beneath. A tiny wooden tag drilled at the top, the sort a soldier might tie to armor cords, and a sliver of incense cord I cannot defend but take anyway. A pocket of time rescued from disuse. When I lift the mask to leave, it is warmer than before, as though it borrowed my pulse to form an opinion. I thank the room aloud for not collapsing, and the silence answers by shivering once along the roof. I step out into cooler air and shut the door. With the care you reserve for sleeping infants and explosives, the ridge holds, at least for now, and I back away, mapping the slope by memory in case the forest edits again. On the ground outside are prints I did not make. Sandals narrow at the heel, turned toward the door and then away as if someone arrived, reconsidered and vanished. I squat to study them and remember a smaller argument scholars keep. Whether the village spies and shrine registrars whose notes salted these ledgers were diligent neighbors or nervy opportunists, whether surveillance grew from zeal or survival. And like all tidy debates it frays at the edges when you picture a hungry clerk smelling ink and stew at the same time. My stomach seizes on that thought and complains with theatrical volume. I bribe it with the last curl of dried root. Third joke negotiated between grimaces. Fine dining note to self. Pair archival theft with bitter cellulose for complexity, and even the crickets decide not to interrupt my tasting notes. The wind shifts and brings the smell of wet clay and old smoke. And with it a whisper of panic, because I see what I missed coming down. The hillside above the door is undercut, roots hanging like hair, a slide waiting for rain, the kind of collapse that edits whole paragraphs out of a landscape. I step back further. Then further still, memorizing the tilt of each rock so that if I return after a storm I can read what is missing like a censored letter. And the forest, perhaps pleased with my caution, lets the ridge breathe without argument. I take a longer route around and the ground shakes once. Not an earthquake, just soil slumping somewhere I can't see. A sound I feel in the soles more than ears. And I am suddenly aware that secrets here are heavier than stone. And when they move, they do not warn. The trail ahead threads into a stand of hinoki, their bark soft under my fingers. And I pause to lace what I have learned to what I do not. Speaking softly to the dark the way you talk to a skittish horse. That rice tallies and temple seals explain why a village could vanish. That checkpoints explain why a rumor could grow fat on one side of a mountain and starve on the other, that incense clocks once measured hours without bells, and that this forest prefers to file its history in rooms where only the careful can breathe. The mask listens with its usual professional silence, and I decide to be grateful for colleagues who do not argue. The hill behind exhales once more and quiet settles. The kind of quiet that follows a meeting where nothing was resolved and everything got heavier. I set my compass to the seam of two faint stars and begin walking, firefly flickers stitching a timid path. I promise the ledgers I will remember at least one name, even the smudged one, because rescue sometimes starts as a mouth making a sound into uncooperative air. And if the rain comes and the door disappears, I will still have a sliver of time on a rope that burns, a joke in my pocket to barter for mercy, and a mask that reflects just enough moon to keep me from walking into my own corrections. The trail drops me into a hollow where water once ruled, the earth cupped like a dried bowl, cracked edges glinting with quartz. And at the center lies a boat stranded forever on soil, its ribs bleached pale, half buried in reeds that grow without a pond to feed them. I stand there too long before admitting the obvious. First joke whispered, great. Even the boats here get lost, and the hollow accepts my sarcasm with a hush that feels older than laughter. I step closer and run a hand along the planks, brittle but still shaped by craft. The prow carved faintly with swirls like waves. A cruel irony since there is no water for miles. I recall the historical fact that inland lakes once dotted valleys now dry, some drained by lords for rice expansion. Others vanished through shifts in rivers. Historians still debate whether human ambition or natural change erased more waters. And staring at this stranded hull, I realize ambition and drought are both thieves with the same handwriting. A quirky detail surfaces that some boatmen believed vessels had souls, and when too old to sail they were retired with small funerals, buried or burned like samurai armor. I imagine this one carried here and laid down gently, a grave without water, its prow still facing east as if waiting for sunrise to turn soil back to sea. My stomach complains. An impatient passenger on this ghost ferry. I chew a shard of dried root and grimace. Second joke muttered, all aboard the starvation cruise, snacks not included, and the reeds rattle like an unimpressed audience. I climb into the hull and sit, the wood creaking faintly under my weight, the sensation strange, as though I am floating though I know the ground holds me steady. I close my eyes and hear faint lapping as if waves are mocking the absence. When I open them, the reeds are still and the hollow silent. Yet the mask at my hip feels damp, cool as though kissed by spray. I bow low toward the prow, whispering thanks for passage I have not earned, then step out, brushing dust from my hands. Third joke breathed softly, "Sorry, Captain. I will need to swim on credit," and the wind stirs once, lifting the reeds like oars before falling quiet again. I leave the hollow slowly, carrying the unease of someone who borrowed a seat in a vessel that still believes it sails, even without water. The forest bends me toward a slope where the trees grow wider apart, and at its crest stands a torii gate cracked and tilting, its paint long peeled to gray, yet still marking a boundary as clear as a scar. I step beneath slowly. First joke whispered, "Nice of the forest to install a front door this late in the game," and the breeze sighs through the beams like a tired doorman. Beyond lies a courtyard choked with weeds, stone lanterns toppled, their faces moss-blind, and at the far end a shrine collapsed into its own shadow, roof folded inward. I kneel anyway because ruins do not cancel reverence. I recall the historical fact that many shrines were left untended after domain reforms stripped villages of priests, their maintenance falling to locals who often lacked resources. Historians still debate whether this abandonment weakened faith or simply pushed it into household rituals. And here the silence feels like both loss and persistence at once. A quirky memory surfaces that in some shrines fox statues were dressed in red bibs as protectors, their stone muzzles kept bright with offerings, and I glance around half expecting to see one, but find only shards of a paw broken near the steps. I bow instinctively, whispering thanks to the fragment because guardians deserve memory even when broken. Hunger nags again, and I chew a strip of sour root, grimacing. Second joke muttered, "Divine catering continues to disappoint," and the weeds rattle faintly like dry applause. I light a tiny flame and set it before the fallen roof, the smoke curling upward in defiance, and the air shifts suddenly, cooler, sharper, as if something unseen bowed in return. I close my eyes and whisper a promise to carry the name of this place even if I do not know it, and when I open them the flame gutters but does not die. As I turn to leave, the fox mask at my hip feels heavier, pulling slightly toward the shattered paw as though acknowledging kin. I bow once more, deeper. Third joke murmured, "I will leave a 5-star review if you rebuild before my next visit," and the breeze stirs again, almost amused. I step back beneath the torii, the courtyard fading behind me into shadow, and carry onward with the weight of broken guardians walking silently at my side. The night smells of wet clay and singed pine before I see the glow. A low orange seems stitched along the ridge like a wound that learned calligraphy. I follow because endings tend to announce themselves in bad handwriting. The fox mask taps my hip with an anxious metronome, and I tell it gently that I am listening. First joke whispered to cut the static, "If this is the grand finale, I hope the forest remembered fire safety," and the bamboo answers with a single dry creak that translates to no refunds. I crest the ridge and the valley opens like a book I have been avoiding, huts below smeared with shadow, the ruined gate a black rib, and across the packed earth figures move with a resolve that is almost polite. Ash-smeared robes from the hermits, spear carriers from the patrol. A line of villagers I never knew were still here, all converging on the old banner pole, not to fight but to dismantle, hands passing rope, knives flicking, a choreography for unbuilding. And the air tastes like decision. I crouch among rocks as the orange seam brightens and realize it is not the huts. Not yet. It is the hillside storehouse I found. The door I closed with the care of a man pocketing a dream, smoldering at the edges where roots hang like hair, smoke rolling out in thoughtful breaths. and for a moment I believe the ground might change its mind and keep its secrets. Then the slope gives a careful sigh and the face of the hill folds on itself. Ledgers, seals, incense cord, all sliding inward with the dignity of a bow before burial. A soft thunder as the archive becomes soil again. I taste ash and wet paper and something like regret. And the conch horn sounds once, not as signal but as prayer. I scramble down because grief moves feet faster than caution, stopping at the talisman post scaled with pasted wishes. The paper bark shivering in heat, and beyond it hands move faster. The patrol pries stones from the ruined gate to build a low wall west of the square. The robed figures paint lines of ash in front of doorways, murmuring syllables I cannot catch. And old women carry bowls from house to house as if the village is alive because it has decided to be, not because it is. A man in a ragged jing isa counts quietly, head tilted as if listening for instructions from a place with better reception. I want to call out and offer help, but my body remembers the rules. Be audience first, then student, never director. So I edge to the shadow of a boulder and watch the story unveil at its own pace. The first tongue of fire licks across the ridge path where the shelves vanished, a bright, efficient strip that runs like a courier down a map I no longer own. It jumps root to root and arrives at the cairn's direction, splitting at the wind's command. And in that instant the fox mask drags at my belt as if insisting left, not right. So I obey and slide toward the old road's vertebrae. Stones slick, breath counted into obedience. Thunder muttering inside the hill like a judge clearing his throat, and the flames find the talisman post, sucking ink from prayers as if drinking years. Sparks lift and the air crackles with small dissolutions, names and wards turning to weather. I cover my mouth with my sleeve and stumble onto the mossed road just as the fire lines meet and argue. One racing toward the semicircle of stones where soldiers once warmed their hands. Another clawing over the collapsed shrine where I rang a fist-sized bell, and the third, greedy, clever, rolling along the dry grass toward the valley floor. Below, the assembly does not scatter, it shifts, like a formation drilled by necessity. The ash-robed leader raises his streamered staff and the patrolmen set spears to the ground not to fight but to lever beams, roofs yanked down before sparks can claim them. I remember a plain historical fact to steady my hands, that in crowded Edo towns when fire came the people pulled whole quarters apart on purpose to starve flames. Fire breaks created with ropes and neighbors, and I find myself nodding at the recognition, the technique older than my fear, and still my spine stings because we are late. Because the hill took minutes no one could spare. A child darts from a doorway carrying a doll and my chest forgets itself. I lunge without planning, boots sliding, and stop only because a woman steps out and catches the child in one hand and my wrist with the other, her grip ironed by famine and faith. She gives me a look that says both thank you and do not be stupid, then releases us both to return to her appointed task, and I step back like a dismissed extra while the real cast improvises. Survival. Heat flexes the air. A bowl on a string begins to sing. That thin metallic wine lids make when the world gets hotter than cooks intended. And laughter, awful, practical, human, snaps from a corner where two men argue about which wall to collapse first. Second joke leaks from me without permission. I would leave a review, but I am busy disassembling the restaurant, and the older man barks a laugh that becomes a cough, waves me over, shoves a rope into my palm, points to a beam that wants to fall west, not east. We pull and the beam obeys with a thud that makes room where fire cannot cross. And for a moment the forest and I are colleagues, not rivals. Sparks migrate anyway, because sparks are taxes and gravity in partnership. And the shrine's vine-choked doors catch, the resin that smelled fresh the other night blooming, into hot breath. I sprint there because debts need paying and I owe this abandoned altar a kindness. I jam my shoulder against the warped wood, rip it wide, and there sits the little green bell with its frayed braid. I grab it barehanded and the heat kisses my palm hard enough to write a letter. I throw the bell into the dust and kick vines away, a ridiculous dance that earns me a faceful of soot and a single bright mercy. The fire chooses the door lintel and not the heart, and the altar breathes smoke without surrendering. The horn sounds again, thinner, more tired, answered by a shout I finally recognize as numbers, not names, someone counting walls, someone else counting heads, and the patrol leader lifts his spear and points past the banner pole to the black seam of the marsh. And half the crowd moves that way, buckets blooming along a chain like sudden fruit. I remember another fact: the organized bucket brigades of Edo, hikers who wore bravado like armor and met fire with ladders and hooks, and I think of how historians still debate whether those brigades protected neighborhoods or guild reputations first, whether spectacle sometimes outran safety, and I laugh too sharply at the thought because tonight reputation has no audience. Only breath, and breath is bargaining with smoke. The wind shifts wicked and tosses embers toward the gallows frame I found days back. The old beam sighs and a rope that should not exist creaks once. A theater cue meant for someone else. And I hear in that sound a threat the valley does not need. So I run crooked to the frame and push until the posts groan sideways. The crossbeam wriggles from its mortise like a stubborn tooth. I shove again, the fox mask slapping my ribs like a drum, and the frame tips, falls, thumps into weeds. One less perch for sparks to audition upon. I bow a breath to the unseen watchers and tell them we are rewriting the prop list. Quietly, graciously, as if asking a favor from an ex. The first hut catches anyway, a corner flare, a shrug of fire briefly triumphant before the bucket chain slaps it down. Steam blossoms like white flags and my lungs cheer, then complain, then cheer again. My tongue tastes like old coins and pine pitch. The mask grows hot and I shift it to the shade of my jacket, apologizing for the sauna. Third joke croaks out. I promise a spa day after the apocalypse, and the staff-bearing hermit gives me a glance so dry I almost smile through the grime. Time does the thing it does in trouble. It both stutters and sprints, and soon the orange seam is a bruised smear. The ridge a darker silhouette against the sulking sky. Flames mostly out where people decided they would be out. Smolders left to scold the dirt in private. The cairn stands unbothered. The shrine smokes but refuses to burn. The wells reflect a shivering moon, and the storehouse, my poor careful door, is now an innocent slope that never knew letters. The archive erased with the efficiency of a well-trained clerk. I feel the absence like a pulled tooth, tongue prodding the void because it cannot help itself. The valley exhales as if after a long recital. The staff sinks from the hermit's hand and his shoulders sag their years back on. The patrolmen sit where they stand, spears across laps like tired dogs. The woman who caught my wrist earlier presses the child's doll into my hand and nods once, taking it back a heartbeat later as if confirming we both exist. And somewhere a pot lid lifts and clinks down, a domestic punctuation that says not victory, not yet, but a page has turned without tearing, and that is something. I step away from the circle of breathing bodies, not out of disdain but because crowds confuse my gratitude, and stand at the banner pole's scar, fingers in the ash, thinking of the open question scholars love to open again, whether peace in the long Tokugawa dusk was kindness or compression, whether people were safer for being arranged, or merely quieter for fear of rearrangement. I have no footnote to answer with, only the certainty that tonight a valley negotiated with heat and chose to remain itself at a price no ledger will itemize. Dawn is a rumor at the edge of clouds, small, plausible, and the fox mask cools against my side as if it, too, trusts the rumor. I gather what is left of my breath and test my legs, counting to remind them they still work, and swear softly that I will remember this collapse not as ruin but as revelation. The moment the forest confessed that secrets rot and records burn and still hands can rearrange stones into roads and ropes into lifelines, that survival is a choreography taught by neighbors and argued with whether that we have arrived at the threshold, the outline. Promised, a catastrophe that did not end us so much as change the room we stand in. I bow to the valley, to the cairn, to the smoking slope that swallowed its own alphabet, to the little bell with a new blister of my skin on its rim. Then turn uphill because the story insists on momentum, and as I climb, the bamboo resumes its old habit of grating my posture. The drums without drummers settle into my bones like a heartbeat that has found its tempo again. And far behind, just once, the conch bleeds a final note into the brightening air, the kind of sound that could be farewell or rehearsal, both of which feel correct as the second act closes its curtain without applause. Hey guys, tonight we continue once again. With smoke still ghosting the ridge and the conch's last tired breath folded into the grass, I walk away from the valley because the hands down there have chosen to stay and the story insists I carry its ember uphill. The fox mask taps my hip with a rhythm that feels like a reminder not to narrate myself into a corner. First joke muttered to keep the air from tightening. If the forest is giving performance notes, I would appreciate them in writing, and the bamboo answers with a single creak that says learn your lines or improvise politely. So I take the old road's vertebrae until it thins into deer track and then into intention. The ground soft, the sky rinsed pale, and dawn's chill fitting over my shoulders like a damp haori. I climb toward the seam the Ronin once pointed to, where two hills lean their brows together as if sharing gossip, and I think about how shrines and temples once shared more than boundaries, about Shinbutsu Shugo blending kami and Buddhas for centuries before Meiji pulled them apart with official scissors, an ordinary historical fact that still stings when you say it out loud, and I wonder if the forest remembers the marriage more than the divorce, because every moss stone here looks like a compromise someone made with weather and faith, not a decree. Second joke slips out before worry can set its luggage down. Note to self, couples therapy for deities probably books out months in advance. And the wind edits my punchline but lets the smile stay. A sound interrupts, wood knocked against wood in a steady clack clack, not drum, not horn, sharper. And I realize with that pleasant ache of recognition that somewhere a watcher is sounding Hayashiji. The old fire wards clappers, two sticks warning neighbors to mind their flames. A quirky relic from towns where men walked night streets calling Hai no Yojin as if caution itself could be sung into doorframes. Here in the forest it becomes a metronome for breathing, and I borrow its beat until the path levels on a shoulder of rock where someone long ago stacked 3 flat stones into a rude altar the size of a lunchbox. There is a folded slip beneath the top stone, paper gone fox brown with age, ink faded to a bruise, and when I slide it free dust blooms. The kanji still legible enough to read a name and a promise, and the fox mask warms at my side like a palm, as if the paper had remembered the hand that wrote it. I bow and tuck it back because vows do not age well in pockets. The trees thin and a torii strides across the ridge ahead. Not bright shrine red but the gray of bones after rain, its crossbeam canted like a tired shoulder, and stepping under it I feel the temperature drop in that deliberate way sacred thresholds manage, a polite shiver that says choose your words. Historians still debate where torii truly began, Indian gates repurposed, Chinese lines reimagined, or something that sprouted here from the soil of habit, and I like that the debate remains an open door. Because walking through a certainty would feel less honest than walking through a question. I keep moving because hunger has resumed lobbying, and I bribe it with a sliver of sour root that tastes exactly like regret. Third joke squeezed between chews, 5 stars for ambience, 0 for cuisine, and even the cicadas pretend to cough to hide a laugh. The path tips into a basin where fog sits, heavy as old fleece, and the ground changes underfoot to springy mats of cedar needles, the air scented with resin that tightens the throat. And in the middle of that hush stands a post with paper sutras pasted so thick they have become bark, the surface rippled with the fingerprints of pilgrims who pressed their names into damp paste hoping gods like tactile lists. I touch the edge of one, careful, and remember how the storehouse on the ridge swallowed its ledgers without complaint, how numbers and seals turn to soil with almost joyful efficiency. And the thought unsettles me enough that I start speaking to the fog like a clerk soothing a customer, explaining that the records I carry now are breath and scars and the clack of invisible Hayashiji, and that if the forest wants an audit, it will have to smell it on me. The fog answers with motion, silhouettes parting in the distance where the basin narrows. Not the pale procession from earlier nights, but a single figure bearing a pole from which hang paper streamers. The same ash-smeared robes I saw in the valley, the staff swinging gently, the person moving with the measured softness of someone practiced at not startling trees. I lift a hand and the figure pauses, then bows without closing the distance, as if honoring both greeting and boundary, and in that quiet bow a truth taps my ribs. This ascent is mine alone. This part of the story expects solitary verbs. I pass the figure with space to spare, and the staff's paper flickers like small white fish in lazy water. Behind me the clappers start up again, faint but insistent, and I let them set my cadence across a saddle of rock that opens like a page. To the left, the valley's scar still smoldering in the cool. To the right, a slope so green it looks newly invented. And ahead, a notch in the ridge where wind speaks in a different vowel, large and hollow, promising a bowl beyond. I think of the duel that refused blood, of lanterns that were moths with ambitions, of the bucket chain that turned heat into steam and steam into breath. And I realize the forest has been curating me for a room where explanations are expensive. Perhaps that is what the Ronin meant by the question changing with the listener. I crest the notch and the bowl appears, a high cirque cupped by black pines, floor carpeted with crushed mica that glitters like a spilled pocket of stars, and in the center stands a ring of stones waist high, each carved shallowly with symbols I almost know, shadow maps of constellations, river strokes, crest fragments, an index cut into rock. It feels wrong to step inside and wrong to walk away. So I do the only courteous thing left. I circle once, palm grazing the cold grit, and speak 3 anchors to keep myself from floating off the page. That Edo's piece-built roads that taught people how to arrive. That Meiji's scissors cut syncretic threads without asking if the cloth would fray. That Hayashiji once stitched night neighborhoods together with sound. The ring hums in the wind's vowel a hair louder. And my skin remembers the drum ground from earlier nights, the way rhythm became terrain, and something unclenches in me because I understand at last that the forest question is not why did you come but how will you leave. In pieces, in silence, with a name, with a story, and the answer is not an answer, it is a posture, a readiness to match breath to weather and courtesy to fear. I set the fox mask on the glittering floor, bow to it the way you bow to a partner before a dance, and promise aloud to pay with narrative before I pay with anything harder. The wind approves by moving only enough to lift a corner of fog from the far ridge, a glimpse of a darker mouth beyond. A cave or gate or auditorium where the last act will expect us to stop narrating and do, and I laugh, first quiet and then real, because bedtime stories are meant to fade into sleep, but this one is waking me up sentence by sentence. I pick up the mask, count 5 breaths into a confidence that feels only slightly counterfeit, and step toward the mouth that waits, the clappers bleached by distance into the faintest metronome. The ring of carved stones behind me keeping its index of stars for those who need a map more than a witness, and the mica crunch under my boots like the sound of memory being edited gently rather than torn. The mouth ahead is less a cave than a throat with its vowel held. Cool breath sliding over my skin as if deciding whether I qualify as sentence or silence. I step in anyway because standing at thresholds too long turns you into furniture. The mica from the bowl follows me in a faint crunch until the floor changes to bedrock polished by older feet. I lift the fox mask and press it briefly to my chest the way you greet a partner before the music begins. First joke whispered to keep the dark from believing it is in charge. If anyone asks, I have a reservation under hopelessly curious. And the echo returns the word smaller but still amused. The corridor bends twice and opens into a chamber like a murmured secret. Walls curving smooth, ceiling low enough to teach posture. And on the far side a slab serves as an altar without vanity. Just a stone with the dignity of having been asked to hold attention for a long time. I bow because knees remember what manners forget. Then notice objects arranged with simple precision. A metal mirror dark with age, a coil of paper amulets hardened by damp. A shallow basin that still glitters with a thin skin of water fed by a drip I cannot hear but can almost taste. And above them all, charcoal lines on the wall, strokes and circles in clusters like constellations mapped by someone who preferred caves to skies. The mirror unnerves me more than the space, its surface not reflective so much as suggestive, showing a smear that wants to be my face when the drip rings it, showing a torii when I think door, showing a rope across a path just as my ankle remembers the bite from the first nights. And I realize with a bright little wince that the cave is using callbacks like a storyteller with excellent memory, reminding me what I promised the Ronin. Trade a story, not a name. A comforting fact unfolds in my mouth before panic can stake a claim. In 1872, the Meiji state banned shugendo, folding mountain ascetics into other institutions as if you can edit devotion into a new paragraph, shrines and temples unstitched after centuries of marriage, and some valleys watched their guides vanish overnight. That is a history textbook kind of anchor, crisp lines and dates. Yet here the ash-smudged staff-bearers I met are still walking. So I say the date aloud and then the word nevertheless because both deserve equal room. Historians still debate how complete that ban ever was outside cities, whether practice went quiet or truly stopped, whether the state's scissors snipped cloth or just frayed the edges, and my voice sounds steadier for admitting the question is bigger than my boots. I smile because a quirky fact chooses this moment to stride in, that some watchmen in Edo carried little wooden clappers they struck at night, Hayashiji, crying Hai no Yojin to warn of fire. And those clacks were so iconic children later imitated them for play. Neighborhood safety is rhythm. I tap 2 fingers against my palm to borrow the beat and the cave accepts it as currency. A reassurance that not all warnings need to be shouted. Hunger, diligent as ever, interrupts with a small rebellion. So I fish out the toughest scrap of root and chew while staring at the charcoal constellations until they stop being pictures and become instructions, 2 lines slashed with a dot at the end, then a spiral, then a figure that might be a man kneeling or a mountain arranged horizontally, and I hear the Ronin again saying the question changes with the listener. So I try to listen with all the places that hurt, not just my ears. Second joke sneaks out with the root's bitterness. If this altar accepts offerings of sarcasm, I might finally be rich. And somewhere a drop hits the basin with satisfying punctuality. I speak my story because the room is built for it, voice low and steady, telling how I walked under a gate that tried to be a mouth, how a rope snared me polite as a handshake and nearly taught me to fly upside down. How drums without drummers set the air beating against my ribs until I thought my body had learned a new instrument. How a duel ended with a bow instead of blood and felt more dangerous for the restraint. How lanterns turned out to be moths with big ambitions. How a storehouse folded in on its own alphabet so that ledgers about rice and faith could go on pretending they were earth. How a bucket chain taught a valley to breathe in steam and exhale survival. And how I learned to trade jokes for a half-inch of courage whenever hands were busy pulling roofs down before the sparks could appoint themselves landlords. I end with the fox mask pressed to the slab for a heartbeat. Remember that hanging trap from yesterday? The cave and I meet each other's eyes by proxy and decide that feels like a punchline we both respect. The mirror shifts its smear into a cleaner oval, and for an instant I see a helmet crest that could be mine if I invented a lord. Then it dissolves back into cave. I laugh too softly to annoy anything. Third joke offered to the stone so it does not take me too seriously. If you require a signature, please note my handwriting is mostly fog, and the drip signs for me with a plink. To court a different kind of anchor, I name another date, and it's 1876. The Haatorii decrees that most civilians stop wearing swords. A neat, practical edict tangled with enormous symbolism. The blade stepping off hips and into museum cases and myth. And the room seems to agree that law and legend often share a bed, then pretend not to know each other in the morning. Scholars argue over how widely the sword bit beyond cities, whether it killed a living practice or simply stopped the public theater of it. And while they argue, my bones admit that the weight of a blade and the weight of an expectation feel similar in the dark. I lift the coil of paper charms and it crumbles in my fingers like old snow, revealing a single intact strip beneath with ink still dark, a name scrawled with the confidence of someone who believed. Writing makes you exist a little longer. I press it back gently and instead take a sliver of charcoal from the floor, draw the simplest thing I can manage on a bare stone. Not a portrait or map, but 4 small marks like stepping stones. Because steps are all I possess that feel honest. The mirror brightens as if pleased by the restraint. I test the edges of the room for exits and find only 2 lies and 1 truth. The lies are breaths that pretend to be openings until you put your foot in them. The truth is a seam by the basin where the water comes from, a shadow narrow as an invitation you have to fold. Yourself to fit, I fold, slide in sideways, and feel rock give under my palm where 1,000 hands smoothed it before mine. The passage rises and the air grows colder in the dignified way of courts, and then it widens into a second chamber, whose floor is a shallow pool, water black and flat as lacquer, ceiling low enough that my breath burrows into it and comes back mint cool. In the middle floats a disc. Not stone, not wood, but a heavily lacquered shield with mirrors inlaid around its rim. A ring of small eyes peering up without malice, currents too subtle to see keep it centered. I kneel on the rock shelf and wait because the room asks for that kind of logic. And a memory obliges. Someone long ago told me of Kagami mirrors used as shintai at certain shrines, objects as bodies for the unseen, hidden behind curtains where only priests looked, mainstream enough to be in any guidebook yet still secret in practice. And another debate tucks in beside it, whether mirrors at sites like this reflect gods, pilgrims, or the past, whether ritual is a conversation with absence or a technique for teaching fear to behave. No agreement needed tonight. The ring of little mirrors is content to produce a dozen fragments of my face and throw them back at my softer edges. The disc spins once the way a coin decides. A day, and in its turn I glimpse pieces I recognize and do not. A river with swords like coins on its bed. A line of pale figures marching without footprints. A child's doll by a well absorbing stars into its painted eyes. The Ronin's paper armor flexing as rain fails to bully it, and something new. A forest gate not red but black, lacquered with night, beyond which plains open bright enough to sting. I reach to steady the disc and my fingers pause, because touching seems like a misunderstanding of what is offered. So I speak instead. I tell the water that when morning comes I will leave this bowl and carry the useful parts, the count of breath, the etiquette of small fires, the geometry of bows that end fights before they begin, and leave the archive of fear here because the room catalogs better than I do. The mirrors answer by wobbling the smallest yes. On the crawl back, my shoulder brushes the charcoal ring I drew and smears 1 stone into 2. An accident that feels like advice, that leaving is always messier than arriving. And I laugh quietly because bedtime honesty is the only kind I trust these days. I step into the first chamber again, the mirror calmer now, the drip a metronome that no longer needs my fingers. At the threshold, the air warms and carries an edge of resin that belongs to living trees. I bow long enough to feel my back complain, then stand, fox mask snug, and step out into the mica bowl where dawn is rubbing sleep from its face. I speak one last anchor to the light so it will know my posture when I meet whatever waits. Across the ridge that historians can argue for a century about whether Bushido is timeless or largely a Meiji confection, but out here chivalry is cheaper than curiosity. An apology is a lever with surprising strength. The Ring of Stones does not object because rocks are very patient editors. I start up the slope with the Hayashiji beat in my head and the smell of cold water on my skin. The mica crunching like a kindly audience pretending not to notice I am repeating a line to get it right. The notches of the ridge drawing breath like a curtain before it rises. Somewhere behind me the drip continues, and for a childish instant I imagine the cave adding my footsteps to its constellations. For little marks that say a person practiced leaving and then accomplished it, which is a decent review for any night. Dawn does that shy thing where it pretends not to know me and then offers a pale shoulder anyway, so I take it and let the mica crunch under my boots until the ridge smooths into a bench of rock that feels intentionally placed. The fox mask tapping my hip like a punctual editor, and the first landmark of the day appears as if it grew here on purpose. A weathered board on 2 posts with a little roof, a kosatsu notice, characters carved deep enough to outlast most arguments. I bow because even old laws like courtesy and the board responds by flaking a curl of wood that lands on my sleeve. First joke to keep my pulse civilized, public service announcement. No loitering, no arson, no bedtime stories after curfew. And the cicadas pretend not to laugh. I read What Time Has Not Swallowed, prohibitions stacked like small fences, one against Christianity, another about travel permits, one warning of penalties for harboring bandits. The kind of rules every town knew in the long Tokugawa peace. A plain anchor I speak aloud to keep the day stable. That official edicts were posted like this at village entrances so even the illiterate could learn by hearing them recited. And still the wind tastes a little like the ink that once darkened these grooves. A fringe note wanders in like a stray cat, that some notice boards also scolded people for wasting night oil or gossiping too loud, a municipal tone I recognize from modern stairwells, and the thought makes me grin just before the letters ripple, only a blink like minnows under a current, rearranging into what looks suspiciously like a question mark before behaving again. The forest reminding me it can annotate the minutes if it wants. Beyond the board the path narrows, the ground stitched with old cart ruts fossilized into the stone, and the ridge corridor carries sound forward ahead of me. Clack, clack. There it is again, Hayashiji, wooden clappers in a steady rhythm like a neighbor tapping your window with a chopstick to say, "Stove's too hot." Historians still debate whether night watch traditions in Edo acted more as real protection or as social theater that reassured households the city was watching itself. And out here the debate feels less useful than the beat itself, which I borrow to pace my breath. 5 counts in, 5 out, a metronome for choices. I catch a whiff of tobacco, sweet and faint, and my brain hands me a quirky fact without asking. That certain city toughs and even some guards carried kizaru, pipes heavy enough to double as cudgels, accessories with opinions. And just as I think it, a short gray pipe glints from a clump of grass, bowl crushed, stem dented, the smell evaporating like its previous owner. I leave it be because objects out here develop personalities faster than I can get on their good side. The trail kinks left around a boulder and presents me with a trap that believes in education, a rope at shin height. A cousin of the first snare, only this time the counterweight is 2 logs married with pegs and shells. A duet, waiting to kiss my knees and narrate my fall. Zanshin wakes in me like a remembered melody, and I stop a breath before contact. Grin at the rope as if we have met at a reunion. Then ease it down with 2 sticks until the logs rest, polite and thwarted. I whisper, "Remember that hanging trap from yesterday?" I did, and the bamboo applauds by not moving at all. On the far side of the boulder the forest changes key. Cedars giving way to scattered pines with sunlight poured between them like broth. The slope softens into a shelf the size of a small plaza, and at its center stands a gate so black it eats the morning, torii lacquered not red but night, beam nicked, post sunk in earth that refuses to name itself. The same shape I glimpsed in the mirrors. I step inside and the temperature leans downward, the way thresholds prefer. a ritual chill against the teeth. Scholars still argue cheerfully about where Torii began, foreign ancestors adapted or local invention refined over centuries, and I like the argument too much to pick a side, so I let it hum in my pocket while I kneel and press 2 fingers to the ground like I am checking a pulse. Hunger remembers it has rights and files a complaint. I pay with a sliver of root that tries too hard to be food. Second joke mumbled to the trees. If the gods accept offerings in the currency of disappointment, I am finally generous. The wind edits my sarcasm but allows the grin. To the right of the gate, a low stone stands with a shallow bowl cut into it. Water beaded inside, though no stream runs here, and the surface holds a reflection that is nearly but not quite mine. A familiar trick, my face mixed with a torii and a plane of brightness beyond. The future photobombing me. I dip my fingertips and the cold wakes my wrists up to their jobs. Beside the basin, a pair of pebbles has been stacked into a miniature cairn. And under those pebbles a name slip waits. Senjafuda ink long bled into sepia, the kanji almost legible. I have promised the Ronin to trade story not name, so I resist adding mine. Instead I draw a tiny fox mask on a corner with a bit of charcoal, a signature without a signature, and press the paper back like a letter folded into itself. The hayashiji continue faintly from somewhere behind, joined by a different timbre. Bell, not shrine deep but pole-mounted and practical. A watch sound, and a sober fact interrupts like a schoolteacher, that urban neighborhoods had bell towers to warn of fire. Shoro ringing codes for direction and severity, while volunteer brigades, hikesure, tore houses down to starve flames. And I think of last night's bucket chain and the way steam became applause for breathing. Historians still debate whether those brigades protected community first or guild pride, but either way the choreography saved lives, and my body files that under relevant scripture. I step beyond the black torii and the world pretends to widen. Pines thinning to show a plain stitched with pale grass and dark seams. A place that looks almost civilized compared to the forest's teeth, though it hums with a different kind of attention, not traps and ghosts but distance and exposure. And for a long moment I just let the sky adjust to me. Then the wind flips a page and something small and practical interrupts grandeur. A kosatsu twin to the earlier board. Half buried, this one carrying a woodblock of a man with a nose I recognize because it could be mine. An artist's shorthand for every traveler, and beneath it a warning against crossing at night, against lighting fires in fields, against bringing wolves closer with meat. Rules with dirt under their nails. I bow to the primary source and thank it for existing long enough to be unhelpful. I cut left because the grass whispers less that way and find a row of stones, stood on end like a low sentence without punctuation, each etched with shallow lines that could be map or poetry. And for a second my stomach gets tricked into thinking they are loaves cooling on a shelf. Third joke smuggled through a grin. Artisan bread, limited edition, pre-toasted by legend, and even the crows decide that one deserves a diplomatic caw. A legitimate question rises like a hand in the back of a classroom. Whether ninja were ever as ubiquitous and shadow-perfect as later tales insist, or whether espionage was mostly patient work, done in broad daylight by people with ordinary shoes and better ears, historians still debate the ratio of theater to tradecraft, and the plane likes the question enough to deliver a tiny answer. 3 figures at the far edge, robes dusted, moving not like cats on rooftops but like clerks on errands, unremarkable on purpose. I take the hint and lower my head until I look like weather. The black gate behind me does not warm or warn. It simply stands, and the plane opens a path toward a darker streak where the earth dips, a dry watercourse with stones rounded by a river that auditioned elsewhere today. I follow it because channels are honest and because the fox mask has begun that subtle tug it does when I need to stop performing choices and actually choose. I slide down the bank and find, tucked in a bend, an old official marker half swallowed by silt. Milestone, distance to a town I have never seen, numbers chewed by minerals but still counting. A polite reminder that roads existed before I decided walking was dramatic. The air sweetens unexpectedly, a hint of miso and smoke drifting from nowhere, and the plain fills with the smallest domestic noises, ladle against pot, cloth shaken. Someone whistling off-key, and I stop because these sounds are too tender to walk through without becoming a thief. I speak softly toward the wind that I am not here to take, only to witness, that I have practiced the bow that ends fights and the breath that keeps rope traps from writing letters on my knees, that the duel that refused blood made me greedy for forms of mercy that look like discipline, and that I will pass the fields as if every blade of grass had to be approved by a committee. The wind signs the receipt with a ripple and the miso vanishes, a test that I think I pass by missing it. At the edge of the dry channel stands another board, smaller, without roof, a private notice nailed by a patient hand, both characters and drawings. A little fox with a rice stalk, a warning that if harvest fails the mountain will not be asked for more, a promise that if someone vanishes the rest will leave their doors open 3 days, and a request that travelers ring a bell at the grove before they sleep. Practical, generous, and entirely unsupervised by any magistrate. A reminder that policy and kindness often travel different roads. I touch the nail heads, cold and confident in their jobs, and the mask warms at my side like agreement. The plain begins to slope again toward a line of darker trees, and I know by the way the light gathers there that another threshold waits. Maybe the place where the cave's little mirrors saw me standing as if from the other side of morning. And I am oddly calm about it, more practiced now at aligning my spine to questions I cannot answer. I say one last steadying thing to the air because anchors deserve equal time with mystery. That printing in Edo flooded towns with cheap woodblock guides and maps, making pilgrims of people who had never been farther than the next market, and that the 5 great roads taught millions how to organize a journey into places and pauses, not just distances. The plain listens politely, as plains do, and does not correct me. I walk until the grass brushes my knees and the black torii shrinks behind me into a punctuation mark on the ridge. The hayashiji beat faint as memory, the miso sound gone, and ahead the darker trees arrange themselves into a notch like a mouth that has practiced both blessing and refusal. I shift the fox mask to my hands and carry it like a bowl, breathing to 5 and letting the drum without drummers settle again into my ribs. And when I reach the first shadow I bow as if an audience were already seated. Because maybe the question tonight will be how to leave without disappearing, and I would like to get that one right. The darker trees close in like curtains pulled by a stagehand in no hurry, trunks straight and tall, branches hung with mist that feels heavier than its weight. I step beneath them and the world edits itself quieter. No crows, no cicadas, only the kind of hush that takes attendance. The fox mask cool in my hands like an audience ticket, and the ground softens into loam that keeps no record of my steps. First joke whispered because silence this thick needs a vent. If the forest is grading my posture, I hope they curve the results. And a drop of dew falls at my feet as if signing the exam. Ahead the path narrows to a strip of bare earth bordered by stones, a deliberate line like a throat waiting for words. And midway down it stands a bell, waist high, hung from a frame of unpainted cedar, its rope braided from reeds instead of hemp. Worn smooth by palms not mine, I bow before touching because bells prefer manners, then lift the rope and ring once. The sound rolls low and wide, not bright like temple bells but earthy, like a barrel rolling under floorboards. I feel it in ribs and teeth, and the forest exhales in kind. Mist shifting left and right as if pulled by invisible sleeves. A steady fact surfaces like a stone under water, that bells mark time and fire in towns as much as prayers. Watch towers with signals coded so neighbors knew which quarter burned. The kind of everyday vigilance that saved more roofs than sermons. And I think of last night's bucket chain and how steam turned panic into applause. Historians still debate whether those codes were standardized across the shogunate or improvised district by district, a reminder that even safety can be parochial, and the thought settles into me like a polite weight. I ring the bell a second time because one note felt incomplete, and the mist obliges by thinning into a path that curves gently uphill, where shadows weave into one another like braids. I follow with the mask pressed to my side, and soon the trunks arrange themselves into a circle, 20 or more, each bearing paper charms pinned into bark, edges curling but ink still legible, senjifuda left by pilgrims who pressed names or prayers, the circle itself forming a kind of registry. I stop at one marked with a fox face drawn clumsy but earnest, a child's or a tired adult's, and resist the itch to add mine, remembering again the promise not to spend a name. Instead, I murmur a story about last night's valley, about the woman who caught my wrist before fire and foolishness hurt both of us, and how gratitude feels heavier than spears sometimes. And the charm flutters like a listener nodding. A quirky note elbows its way into my head, that some villages once hung gourds on sacred trees as charms against drought, believing their hollowness invited rain to fill them. And suddenly I notice a gourd tied among the charms, shriveled but stubborn, its rind cracked into rivers of age, and I laugh softly at the confirmation. Second joke muttered. If that thing fills with rain tonight, I am starting a bottled water business. And the mist pretends not to grin. The path out of the circle tilts sharper, and my calves complain like bureaucrats. The air thins until breath feels taxable, and then I find steps cut directly into rock, rough but deliberate, climbing toward a lip of cliff where light bleeds in slats. I climb because refusal feels smaller than regret, counting the beats like Hayashiji in my chest. 1, 2, 1, 2. The rhythm of persistence, and crest onto a shelf with a view so sudden it steals words. Valley far below still scarred by black ash seams. Plains stretching beyond with faint fields stitched. Across, and in the near distance, across a gorge, a building clings to rock. Long hall with roofline curling at the ends like eyebrows, a temple or something temple-shaped. Wood bleached by sun until it looks like bone. I breathe because forgetting to seems possible, and I remember a debate that refuses retirement, whether cliff temples like this were built for defense, retreat, or spectacle, whether ascetics wanted isolation or advertisement, and I, like that, scholars still argue it because standing here the structure looks equally like fortress and stage, equally like prayer and performance. Third joke offered to the gorge so it carries better. If they charge admission, I hope they accept sarcasm as currency. And the echo tries the line out a second time as if rehearsing. To reach it, I must follow a ledge that hugs the cliff. The trail thin enough to remind me not to exhale too flamboyantly. I test the edge with a heel, then a toe, then a commitment, moving sideways with the fox mask tucked under arm like contraband. The gorge below, a mouth rehearsing hunger. But the stone holds, step by careful step, until I round a corner and see a rope bridge swinging loose across the span. Planks missing, ropes furry with moss, a dare written in weather. I laugh once to keep my knees awake, whisper to the mask that stories demand cliches now and then, and step onto the first plank which groans like an old teacher sighing. The second holds, the third does not exist, so I lean and stretch. Gripping rope like a hand I owe money to, moving forward one negotiation at a time, until the other side agrees to accept me. The hall greets with silence that feels practiced. Doors wide but dark inside, banners faded to whispers, yet incense lingers as if memory has its own lungs, and I bow long enough for my back to ache, because even absence deserves posture. The hall breathes dust at me as though testing my manners. Rafters arching like ribs above a body that forgot it was supposed to collapse. I step inside and the floor sags politely but holds, fox mask tucked beneath my arm like a borrowed credential. First joke whispered to keep the beams from judging. If this place falls, I am billing the forest for structural negligence, and a drift of ash somewhere answers with the softest cough. Light filters in strips through torn shoji panels, turning motes into constellations, and at the far end a dais waits, low and austere, where once must have sat a statue now vanished. Only the pedestal remains, its outline clear where offerings once gathered, coins, rice, maybe sake, but now only dust bowls curve into absence. I kneel because I do not know which deity once occupied this hall, but absence is still a guest you bow to. And in that bow my thoughts untangle a fact that steadies me. Cliffside temples like this were often rebuilt after fire or quake, each version layered on bones of the last, sometimes preserving scrolls or relics in hidden alcoves, and sometimes starting fresh as though memory could be scaffolded. Scholars still debate whether these structures were primarily places of worship or retreat, whether ascetics sought the edge for isolation or spectacle, but either way the balance between cliff and faith becomes clear when your knees ache on uneven planks. A sound interrupts, faint scratching, and I follow it to a corner where offerings remain. Not coins but folded papers, hundreds of them pressed into the cracks, senbazuru perhaps. Tiny cranes stacked wing to wing, their colors faded into sepia but their intent still sharp, to fold 1,000 for healing, for protection, for impossible requests. I touch one and it crumbles, but another holds its crease stubborn, and I whisper gratitude to whoever's fingers once did the folding. A quirky note arrives to keep me company, that in some mountain temples villagers once left straw sandals as offerings, believing the gods would walk in them on patrol, and suddenly I see a pair tucked behind a beam, brittle but unmistakable, their soles thin as rice paper, and I grin despite the ache in my stomach. Second joke muttered, footwear donations accepted, size irrelevant, spiritual mileage may vary, and the sandals decline to laugh but they do not fall apart. Hunger makes itself known in the hollow way, and I chew dried root that tastes of sawdust with ambitions, the mask warm against my arm as if approving endurance, and then I hear the sound again, this time from beneath the floorboards. A scurrying that pauses when I shift, and I remember another fact: temples often kept storehouses beneath their floors, not just for rice or sutras but for fire protection, raised flooring letting air pass through. A small architectural precaution. I lift one board gently and a draft greets me, cool and sharp, carrying a smell of ink, and within the gap lies a box, cedar lid carved with a half moon. I bow without opening, then slide it forward until light spills over. Inside, scrolls brittle, ink flaking, yet lines still legible, brush strokes declaring sutras or maybe records of names, and I realize with a start that this hall, though abandoned, still shelters memory like a lung keeps air even after a cry. I close the lid respectfully and slide it back, then whisper aloud that I will not steal names, only witness them, and the scurrying ceases, as though the hall's small guardians are satisfied. On the dais I place my own story as offering, telling how I crossed a rope bridge that threatened to edit me out, how I bowed to gourds tied to trees and laughed at their stubbornness, how a kosatsu warned me about wolves and gossip in equal measure, and how the mask at my side has taught me to measure each joke like spice, enough to flavor but not to drown. The hall accepts, or at least it does not collapse, and that feels like a handshake. Outside the view opens again, gorge yawning wide, and beyond, the plain stretching to another seam of trees darker than before, and I understand the journey is a series of stages, each hall, each shrine, each cairn line in a long poem I am reciting to an audience I cannot see. Third joke slips out like a sigh. If they clap at the end, I hope it is not just thunder, and somewhere in the rafters a small bird shifts as though keeping rhythm. I bow once more to the pedestal, to the sandals, to the paper cranes, then step back across the hall and out into light, where the wind presses my shoulders forward as if nudging me to keep the story moving. The wind pushes at my back like an usher guiding me out of the hall, and I step onto the ledge again, Rope bridge swaying faintly behind me as though relieved it no longer has to hold my weight. I tuck the fox mask under my arm and descend along a switchback path carved into the cliffside. Stones cut by someone who believed geometry could tame gravity. First joke whispered to keep my steps from counting themselves too seriously. If I slip, at least the scenery will applaud on the way down. And the gorge answers with a long, low breath. The path spirals downward into a gorge floor, layered with pine needles and the skeletons of floods. Stones polished into lazy shapes, water absent but its memory stubborn in the smell of wet rock. I pause to let my eyes adjust to shadow and find that even here the forest has left its paperwork. A small post leaning at an angle, inscription carved deep enough to resist erosion, warning travelers to beware of wolves at night and to bow before crossing to the other side. I obey the bow, spine aching but honest. And in that bow I remember a historical fact that keeps me anchored, that in the Edo period official post stations warned of dangers both mundane and supernatural, sometimes adding drawings of foxes or tengu to make fear more persuasive, law and folklore sharing the same bulletin board. I grin because the quirky detail fits too perfectly. In some villages, wooden amulets were nailed to posts with carved eyes painted wide, serving as talismans against theft, and suddenly I notice the post before me has faint circles carved near its top, now weathered into anonymity, and I bow again out of respect for those eyes. The gorge narrows to a throat and the air thickens with damp, and soon I find a stream whispering over stones, cold and stubborn, cutting its way forward like a quill scratching a line across the ground. I crouch to drink, the taste iron-sharp and cleansing, and the mask warms faintly as if acknowledging hydration as a sacrament. I follow the stream until it curves into a grove where cedars lean over like gossiping monks, and in the center a stone platform rises, flat and square, its surface covered with carved hexagons like a tortoise shell. I step onto it and the forest answers with stillness so complete it hums, and I recall the debate that never quite resolves, whether tortoise-shell divination in early Japan was imported from China or developed independently, whether the cracks formed by fire were read as voices of kami or as imported technique. Scholars argue with vigor, but here the stone just waits, carved into permanence, a divination table without fire. I press my palm to one hexagon and whisper my question. Not survival, not direction, but whether stories can change weight when spoken instead of swallowed. And the stone hums slightly under my hand. Not answer, not refusal, only acknowledgement, which is better than certainty. Hunger interrupts again, diligent as tax. And I chew another scrap of root that has the culinary charm of bark. Second joke muttered, if Michelin ever visits this forest, they are giving it 0 stars. And the trees pretend not to smirk. Beyond the platform, a new path rises, lined with stones stacked in small cairns, each crowned with a pebble placed by someone's passing hand. A custom alive in both pilgrimage trails and war memorials, gestures layered until they form a topography of memory. I add one stone from the stream, balanced carefully, and whisper aloud the story of the paper cranes folded in the hall, and the cairn seems to grow a breath taller. The path climbs again, and my calves whimper, but I thank them anyway. For in the distance, the trees break into an opening where the light burns sharp, and at the center stands another gate, this one not Tori but Shimenawa, a sacred rope strung between two leaning pines, paper streamers hanging tired but intact. I step through and feel the air shift, not colder this time but heavier, as though the ground beneath me is full of unfinished sentences. And I bow once more because even commas deserve courtesy. Third joke slips out almost kindly. If every bend in this forest gets a bow, my spine will be fluent in humility, and the wind nudges me forward with something close to laughter. I continue until the slope steadies and the trees part to show a ridge beyond, where another structure waits, less a hall, more a gatehouse, its roof slanted, its beams scarred with claw marks that maybe weather or memory, and I know before stepping closer that this night's question will not be asked politely, and that I will need every bow, every breath, every story I have rehearsed so far. The gatehouse leans over the ridge like a tired sentinel, roof tiles cracked and slipping, beams gray with years of rain, yet it stands as if stubbornness is more durable than carpentry. I pause before stepping closer, and the fox mask warms at my hip, reminding me that thresholds deserve performance. First joke whispered to keep my knees cooperative. If this place collapses, I will finally find out whether I can fly without tuition fees. And the silence answers with a creak as if humoring me. The posts bear scars, claw marks long as my forearm, gouges that might be wolves or might be weather, and historians still debate whether. Such marks on shrines were genuine records of beasts or rituals carved by villagers to symbolize protection. Some argue they were prayers in reverse, inviting what was feared so that it would not visit in flesh, and I run my hand along the grooves, feeling both possibilities at once. Inside the gatehouse is shadow, cool and thick, smelling faintly of straw and smoke, as though someone once camped here to guard the pass, and I remember the historical fact that post stations in the mountains sometimes doubled as watch huts, manned by lower-ranking samurai or conscripted peasants, tasked with counting travelers and warning of bandits. And though this hut is too ruined for paperwork, the posture of vigilance still clings to its beams. A quirky note nudges me that some Edo checkpoints were infamous not for catching criminals but for confiscating women trying to flee domains without permission. An inversion of watchfulness into control, and I step carefully because the ground here feels thick with names withheld. Beneath a collapsed beam I find a ledger stone, flat and inscribed, its top row still legible. Tally marks carved like prisoners counting days, perhaps a guard's record of passages, perhaps a pilgrim's private devotion. I add a line with charcoal out of respect. Not a tally of people but of questions survived. Hunger interrupts, sharp and insistent, and I chew dried root until it splinters like chalk. Second joke muttered, if this gatehouse ever hosted an in the reviews would highlight starvation as the main attraction. And the wind through the broken roof hisses like a disapproving innkeeper. In the far corner a bell rests, cracked in half but still recognizable, its clapper missing. And I bow before touching it, then lift the hollow weight to my ear and knock gently. The sound dull but stubborn, like a voice insisting it once spoke clearly, and I whisper a promise to carry its echo forward. Outside the ridge narrows into a spine with the plain yawning on one side and the gorge on the other, the trail carved so thin it feels like walking on a sentence without punctuation, and the fox mask insists on my hand now, as if balance requires a partner. I walk carefully, breath aligned to the rhythm of the Hayashiji in memory, and reach a point where the ridge broadens just enough to host a cluster of stone figures, Jizo statues, lined shoulder to shoulder. Each worn smooth, faces almost erased, bibs long rotted away, yet still watching, still waiting. I bow and place a pebble on the nearest head, recalling the mainstream practice of parents offering stones to Jizo for children lost, a ritual of both mourning and continuity, and here the stones have stacked high, as though grief itself has been building architecture. A debate rises unbidden, whether the proliferation of roadside Jizo in the Edo era was driven by popular piety or by official neglect of centralized temples, whether local faith filled gaps left by structured institutions. Scholars still argue, but tonight the statues ask no theory, only posture, and I give it gladly. Third joke escapes gently. If these stone guardians had mouths, they would tell me to quit leaning on jokes like crutches. But then they would have to admit they have been standing still for centuries, and the mist stirs like a smile. Beyond them, the ridge dips into another corridor of trees, darker and denser, and the path folds inward, promising the next question will not wait politely at a hall or a shrine but step directly into my way. And I adjust the mask, bow once more to the statues, and let the shadows close around me like curtains between scenes. The corridor of trees presses close enough that my shoulders brush bark. Branches interlace overhead to weave a ceiling of shadows, the air damp and smelling of resin and old breath. I keep the fox mask in hand because it feels rude to cover my face here, as if the forest prefers honesty. First joke whispered to steady nerves. If these trunks decide to close in any tighter, I will start charging rent. And a drop of condensation lands on my forehead like a skeptical landlord. The path tilts downward and narrows until it resembles a hallway, the ground lined with roots polished by countless steps, and my mind anchors to a fact for balance. Many pilgrimage trails in the Edo period were maintained by local guilds, merchants funding repairs as acts of piety or advertisement, inscriptions carved into stones to remind travelers of generosity, and I wonder whose hands once managed this corridor, who carved their virtue into maintenance. A quirky detail arrives like a bird on a shoulder. In some valleys, villagers set wind chimes along forest trails, believing their tinkling warned off fox spirits, and though none hang here, I hear faint chimes in the distance, phantom or memory, and it makes me grin. The ground levels and then widens abruptly into a clearing so round it feels designed. At its center, a single pole rises, taller than the trees, topped by a faded banner flapping in slow arcs, its fabric embroidered with waves and cranes, threads unraveling but intent unmistakable. A prayer flag claiming this hollow as sacred. I bow because the pole deserves it, and in the bow I remember the debate scholars still chew on, whether such banners were local inventions or borrowed from continental traditions, whether they marked processions or boundaries, or simply reminded travelers that gods were watching, and I like the ambiguity because it makes the pole more alive. At the base, stones have been arranged in circles, some small, some wide, cairns upon cairns, offerings of effort. I add one pebble and murmur the story of the Jizo statues I left behind, and the circle accepts with silence. Hunger interrupts with a petulant growl, and I chew dried root. Second joke muttered with dry mouth. Gourmet dining. Tonight's special is bark flambé served on imaginary plates. And the wind decides not to correct me. The banner above shifts suddenly, revealing painted characters faint but legible, words that seem to form a question. Who do you carry, pilgrim? And who carries you? My breath stalls because the question feels heavier than my pack. And I whisper a cautious answer, that I carry the fox mask, the memory of cranes folded for protection, the sound of clappers warning of fire, and in return I am carried by the weight of stones, by the patience of statues, by the humor that sneaks in when fear overreaches, and the banner flaps once as if acknowledging. From the edge of the clearing another path begins, narrower, steeper, lined with small shrines carved into stumps, each no taller than my knee, their doors ajar, offerings long gone. Yet each one feels like an ear listening. I kneel before the first and leave a scrap of charcoal, a token of the stories I have written in the dirt, and move on, repeating the gesture until my pockets are empty. At the last shrine I pause because inside rests a mask smaller than mine. Carved wood, fox features exaggerated, teeth bared in a grin, and I bow before touching, then lift it gently, its weight lighter than expectation, its grin wider than mine, and for a moment I imagine a child leaving it here as a promise to grow into, and I smile because the forest knows how to return gifts. Third joke murmured with a grin, if I wear both masks maybe I will qualify for a 2-for-1 survival discount, and the trees sway as though debating. I tuck the small mask into my sleeve and continue, the path winding tighter, darker, and ahead I glimpse light that is not dawn or sun but fire, a faint orange shimmer rising and falling, and I know the next question waits not in silence, but in flame, ready to ask with heat instead of words. The glow sharpens with each step until the air warms my cheeks, I ease forward into a hollow where flames dance inside stone basins arranged in a ring, each fire small but together casting a circle of trembling light. I pause at the edge because entering feels like volunteering, the fox mask warm in my hand like it knows the cost. First joke whispered so the fire won't mistake my silence for fear. If this is a barbecue, I forgot to bring sauce. And a tongue of flame leans toward me like a critic unimpressed. I step inside and the fires gutter but do not die. Instead they flare in rhythm, left, right, forward, back, and I realize it is not random but choreographed. A cadence echoing something older, and my mind steadies on a fact. In ancient rituals, fire was used as both boundary and invitation. Bonfires lit to ward spirits yet also to guide them. Midsummer flames and festival torches signaling both danger and celebration. And I wonder which side of the line I stand on. A quirky thought inserts itself that in certain mountain villages, children leapt over small bonfires to prove courage, leaving their parents torn between pride and panic. And suddenly one of the flames here tilts low enough that I could step across. And I grin despite myself. Second joke muttered, "If I burn my trousers, the spirits better cover the tailor's fee." And the flame flickers as if amused. At the center of the ring sits a low stone slab with a single object. Resting on it, a drum, hide stretched taut, mallets resting crosswise, its surface reflecting fire in wavering lines. I approach cautiously, bow once, then touch the rim. And the fires respond by leaning inward like an audience. I lift a mallet and strike lightly, the sound not loud but deep, a heartbeat more than a note, and the fires flare in unison, answering, so I strike again, and the rhythm grows. My pulse matching the drum, and I remember the debate that never ends among historians, whether taiko drums in early festivals were instruments of music or weapons of rhythm. Rallying soldiers and dancers alike, and here the debate resolves itself. Rhythm commands both body and flame. I play 3 beats, pause, then 3 again, the fires shaping themselves into higher walls, enclosing me, and the mask grows hotter against my palm as though urging me to continue, so I play a longer phrase, improvised but steady, and the fires rise, forming shapes, shadows cast against the mist above, outlines of foxes, of cranes, of faceless figures carrying torches, their movements stitched to my rhythm. Hunger chooses this moment to complain, and I bite into root between beats, chewing while drumming. Second joke whispered, multitasking, musician and starving pilgrim, please hold your applause, and the flames shimmer as though clapping anyway. The rhythm slows without my choosing, my arms heavy, the mallets slipping slightly, and the fires answer by dimming, shadows folding back into sparks, until only embers remain in the basins, red eyes watching. I place the mallets back, bow to the drum, and whisper thanks for the conversation, for rhythm that asked without demanding answers. And in the silence after the bow I hear faint clack-clack, the hayashiji again, distant but steady, as though marking my departure. Third joke slips out on tired breath. If that sound is just termites chewing, would I am giving them full credit as percussionists. And the forest chuckles in creaks. I step beyond the ring and the air cools, smoke curling into nothing, and ahead the path bends toward a darker slope where the trees lean like an audience, dissatisfied with the ending, and I know the next question waits not in fire but in silence, ready to measure what rhythm has left behind. The slope accepts me into silence so complete it feels, rehearsed, trees leaning together until the canopy becomes a roof, the ground muffled by moss that swallows every step. I keep the fox mask in hand because covering my face here feels like lying. First joke murmured to keep the quiet from chewing me whole. If this is the waiting room, I hope they serve tea. And the silence responds with a drip of water somewhere deep ahead. I follow the sound until the slope folds into a cavern mouth. Wide and low, air cool and wet like stone exhaling. I bow before entering because thresholds are conversations, and within the darkness a stream runs along the floor, thin but determined, its trickle amplified until it sounds like speech. My eyes adjust and reveal carvings on the walls, shallow figures etched in lines, processions of people carrying staffs, animals with exaggerated ears, circles overlapping like diagrams. And my mind steadies on a fact that offers company. Prehistoric rock carvings in Japan have been found near water sources, their meanings uncertain but often linked to rituals of fertility or protection, reminders that humans have been sketching questions into stone since before paper existed. I brush one figure with my fingertips and flakes of moss crumble, revealing a fox-like snout beneath, and a quirky thought elbows its way in. That travelers once scratched graffiti onto temple walls to mark their presence. Names layered until caretakers had to scrub them away. Proof that even piety carries the urge to leave signatures, and I smile because the impulse feels familiar. Deeper in, the stream widens into a pool lit faintly by a shaft of light from a crack above, the water clear enough to show stones at its bottom arranged into a spiral. Deliberate, not natural, a marker of someone's intent. Scholars still debate whether such stone arrangements were calendars, maps, or offerings, arguments circling like the spiral itself, and I kneel to trace the outer ring with a stick, whispering aloud my own offering, that I am not here to conquer the forest but to survive it without becoming smaller. The pool accepts the whisper, rippling once before stilling. Hunger gnaws again, and I chew a bitter strip of bark. Second joke muttered with dry lips. Fine dining. Chef special is disappointment with a garnish of splinters, and the cavern politely ignores me. From the far side of the pool, a narrow tunnel slopes upward, walls tight, air heavy, and I crawl into it, shoulders scraping. Mask pressed flat to my chest, until the tunnel widens abruptly into a chamber where the ceiling glitters faintly, flecks of mica catching what little light sneaks through cracks, like stars painted by a patient hand. At the chamber's center lies a stone basin filled not with water but ash, pale and undisturbed. I bow before it and whisper thanks to whoever once tended this place. And in the silence after the bow I hear the faint clack-clack of Hayashiji again. But this time it echoes from within the stone itself, not outside, as though the forest has smuggled sound into rock. Third joke escapes with a nervous grin, if termites start carrying percussion. Instruments, I am officially retiring, and the chamber seems to sigh in amusement. I leave a pebble in the basin, not sure if it counts as offering or trespass, then backtrack to the tunnel, crawling until daylight stabs my eyes, emerging onto another slope where the trees thin and the wind tastes sharper, like iron, and ahead a ridge rises, promising that whatever waits will not be written in silence but carved in open. The ridge rises before me like a long breath the earth forgot to exhale, its spine narrow and sharp, stones jagged underfoot. I steady the fox mask against my chest because balance here feels like a form of prayer. First joke murmured so the wind does not mistake me for solemn. If gravity wins this argument, at least the view will be spectacular. And the gorge below sighs as if it has heard that promise before. Step by step I climb, boots scraping, calves burning, until the ridge widens just enough to host a scatter of stone pillars, some upright, some toppled, their surfaces carved with kanji weathered to half-legibility, fragments of edicts, blessings, or names. I bow to each as if punctuation demands it. And in those bows I recall a fact that grounds me. Mountain passes in the Edo period were often marked with steels inscribed with prayers for safe passage, protection against landslides or bandits. Their words meant to anchor courage in stone. Between the pillars the wind funnels like a flute, carrying whispers that sound almost intentional. And I remember a quirky detail, that some villages placed bamboo tubes in windy spots so the air would sing, warding off spirits or simply making the night less lonely. And suddenly I hear one note that does not belong, a whistle of bamboo lodged in the rocks. And I grin at the confirmation. The ridge narrows again, forcing me sideways, stones loose underfoot. But soon it spills into a plateau, flat enough for rest, where a fire pit of blackened stones lies abandoned. Ashes still cling, though rain has tried to erase them, and I crouch to touch the char, whispering aloud a recognition that others passed this way, perhaps pilgrims, perhaps hunters. And my mind folds in another steady fact. Travelers often gathered at such points to share food and stories, the act of communal survival turning strangers into companions for a night. Hunger gnaws at me, and I chew the last strip of bark in my pocket. Second joke muttered between dry bites. Michelin's inspector would write atmosphere excellent, food imaginary, and the wind decides not to disagree. From the far side of the plateau rises a stone stair, rough but deliberate, climbing toward a frame of wooden beams half collapsed. A gate without walls, its roof fallen but its posts stubborn, and I bow before stepping through, because ruins still insist on etiquette. Beyond the gate spreads a field of tall grass, swaying like waves, dotted with cairns stacked haphazardly, some neat, some crumbling, each with a single token on top, a coin, a scrap of cloth, a broken comb. I kneel at one cairn and leave a pebble whispering the story of the cavern pool spiral, how water held questions in silence, and the cairn leans almost imperceptibly as if listening. Scholars still debate whether such cairn fields marked mass burials, battlefields, or were simply communal sites of offering, and the ambiguity tugs at my chest, because here they feel like voices gathered without bodies, presence carved from absence. I walk carefully among them until the grass parts to reveal a larger stone, flat and wide, etched with concentric rings, and I realize it mirrors the spiral beneath the pool, only grander, bolder, as though the question has grown. I press my palm to the center and whisper, aloud, asking not for survival this time but for meaning, and the wind answers with a sudden rush through the grass, bending every stalk toward the west. Third joke slips out on the exhale. If this is the forest's idea of directions, I hope it comes with a map app, and the grass shakes like laughter. I shoulder the mask again and follow the bend of stalks, stepping westward toward another line of trees where the light thins, aware that every cairn behind me still listens, as though carrying my words forward to a place I cannot yet see. The western path narrows between walls of grass until the stalks lean so close they brush my cheeks, seeds catching in my hair, the air thick with their dry hiss, and I keep the fox mask tucked beneath my arm because to wear it here feels like trying to hide from gossip. First joke muttered low so the grass won't misinterpret. If this is the forest's idea of applause, it needs to work on rhythm, and the hiss shifts as if testing its timing. The trail bends downward into a shallow basin where water once lingered, now a marsh stitched with reeds and mud, stepping stones scattered like careless punctuation. I balance across them and remember a steady fact. During the Edo era, many roads wound through marshland, maintained by locals who placed flat stones to aid passage, though floods often stole them, forcing travelers to leap or wade, and here each stone feels like a remnant of that patience. I pause midway because a reed bundle rises from the muck, bound tightly with straw rope, shaped like a figure crouching, its head a hollow gourd with holes for eyes, and my breath catches, though the air smells only of damp grass. A quirky detail bubbles up from memory, that villagers sometimes built scarecrows resembling spirits to guard fields, believing their presence fooled both animals and mischief makers. And I bow instinctively because this figure, mud-caked and silent, deserves courtesy. Hunger stirs like an old argument, and I gnaw another scrap of bitter bark. Second joke grumbled as splinters sting my tongue. Fine cuisine continues, Tonight's pairing is mud perfume with woody undertones, and the marsh pretends not to laugh. The path twists toward firmer ground where 3 more figures stand. Bound reed guardians in different poses, one with arms outstretched, one crouched, one leaning as though mid-stride, each crowned with gourds that grin through carved slits. My steps slow because the arrangement feels deliberate, a procession frozen. And I recall scholars still debate whether such effigies were purely agricultural guardians or had ritual purpose, whether they marked festivals tied to rice cycles or were guardians of thresholds. I bow to each in turn and whisper aloud the story of the fire drumming ring, of rhythm that made shadows dance, and the reed figures seem to lean slightly as if adjusting to listen. Past them the ground firms into a slope rising toward a stand of cedar trees older than any I have seen, their trunks wide as towers, bark furrowed deep, roots braided across the earth like veins. At their base rests a hollowed log, polished smooth by years of touch. Inside it faint scraps of paper remain, ink blurred but still legible in strokes, travelers leaving names or prayers. I bow and resist the urge to add mine, instead pressing the fox mask against the wood and whispering thanks. And the cedar hums faintly as if acknowledging. Third joke slips from dry lips. If these trees have been eavesdropping for centuries, I hope they keep secrets better than people. And a cone drops softly at my feet, a polite chuckle in seed form. Beyond the cedars, the slope flattens into a clearing where the air brightens faintly. But at its center lies a circle of stones blackened by fire, larger than any before. Arranged in precise geometry, triangles and squares interlocked, and I understand that the next question will not be asked by silence or flame alone, but by patterns, waiting to test whether I can read without language. The circle of stones waits like a puzzle someone set and then abandoned, each rock blackened with fire, arranged into triangles nested within squares, the geometry too deliberate to be chance. I step closer slowly because the air inside the pattern feels heavier than the clearing beyond, and the fox mask warms against my arm as if recognizing old rules. First joke slips out to keep my nerves honest. If this is a board game, I definitely forgot the instruction manual, and the stones remain silent judges. I crouch and run my fingers across the surface, soot flaking into my skin, and I anchor myself in a fact. Japanese esoteric sects once used mandala patterns drawn on the ground for initiation. Rituals, geometric designs embodying entire cosmologies. And here the stone pattern echoes that intention even without color. A quirky detail surfaces that, in some villages, children played. Hopscotch like games on crude mandalas carved into dirt, blurring sacred with ordinary, laughter with prayer, and I grin because the urge to turn reverence into play feels universal. At the center rests a single flat stone, smooth as water, its surface scratched faintly with lines that might be writing or just erosion. I bow before stepping onto it and whisper aloud that I come not to solve but to witness. And the clearing tightens in its silence. Hunger gnaws again, so I chew dried bark until my teeth ache. Second joke muttered bitterly, if enlightenment tastes like this, I will stick to ignorance. And the trees lean as if pretending not to smirk. The wind stirs and the soot swirls into shapes, faint outlines of cranes, foxes, and faceless figures, patterns that ripple before collapsing. And I remember historians still debate whether such fire circles were meant for summoning spirits or simply focusing meditation. And the ambiguity fits, because even as I stand here, I feel both possibilities press at me. I kneel and place a pebble from the marsh in the circle's corner, whispering the story of the reed. Guardians with their gored heads, how they stood like listeners at the threshold, and the soot settles as though agreeing to file the memory. When I rise, the geometry seems altered, the square edges softened into curves, as if the circle itself has absorbed the offering. I step carefully outside the pattern and bow again, because whether it was ritual or game, it deserves closure. then continue along the path that threads upward through thickets of bamboo, their stalks clattering like hollow bones. The sound unsettles me until I remember a fact that steadies. Bamboo groves often marked sacred approaches, planted to signify liminality, and their clatter was interpreted as voices of guardians. A quirky thought presses in that some Edo-era travelers cut bamboo into flutes to carry on journeys, music as both comfort and defense. And I imagine the grove itself playing one now, each stalk testing notes in the breeze. Third joke murmured while brushing a stalk with my hand. If the forest starts charging performance fees, I will be broke by sundown, and the bamboo rattles as if amused. The grove thins, revealing a slope that crests toward light brighter than I have seen in days, and from beyond it rises the sound of rushing water, steady and insistent, promising that the next question waits not in fire or stone, but in the current of a river wide enough to test every step I have taken so far. The rush of water grows louder until it swallows the whispers of bamboo behind me. The path spills into a ledge where the forest breaks open, and before me stretches a river wide and restless, its surface shattered by currents, froth curling white against black rocks. I grip the fox mask tighter because balance here feels negotiable. First joke whispered, so the river won't assume superiority. If I try to swim this thing, better have lifeguards on call. And the spray answers with a cool slap across my face. The bank is lined with flat stones carved into steps, some half-submerged, forming the suggestion of a crossing, and I recall a fact that steadies my breath in the Edo period. Highways often forced travelers to ford rivers directly, with bearers carrying the wealthy across on shoulders while the rest braved currents with ropes, drowning not uncommon. Rivers doubling as tolls collected by nature. A quirky detail surfaces that makes me smile despite the roar. That ferrymen sometimes composed poems midstream to distract nervous passengers, promising survival in borrowed syllables, and I imagine one now, reciting verse over the torrent while praying his balance kept rhymes afloat. I step onto the first stone and bow to the river because asking permission feels wiser than defiance. The current presses spray into my eyes but does not shove. So I continue one step, then two, each stone slick as memory. Hunger complains and I chew bark too bitter to disguise. Second joke muttered through clenched teeth. 5-star restaurant tonight. A tray of panic with sides of wet socks, and the river hurls laughter in foam. Midway across I pause because on the far bank I see a cluster of posts planted deep, each bearing a talisman flapping in spray, paper charms soggy but still clinging. And I whisper aloud a recognition. Scholars still debate whether such riverside shrines marked safe crossings or memorials to the drowned, and here both meanings cling like water to skin. A slip jolts my ankle and I catch myself on the fox mask, its edge digging into my palm, balance restored, and I murmur gratitude before continuing, each step a negotiation with the current. At last I climb the opposite bank, soaked to the knees, lungs burning, and bow once more because survival itself feels like ritual. Beyond the bank, the path threads through willows whose branches sweep low. Combing my hair with wet fingers, and at their base I find a stone trough where water pools calm, fed by the same river but stilled into mirror. I lean over and see my reflection doubled with the fox masks, one face human, one sly, and I whisper aloud that both have crossed together. Third joke slips out with weary grin. If reflections charged rent, I would already owe 2 months. And the mirror water shivers like it gets the joke. Past the willows the ground lifts again into a rise where the sound of the river fades, replaced by a stillness that tastes of iron. And in the distance I glimpse a structure rising. Tall pillars, roof slanted, banners torn but hanging, promising the next question will be asked not by water but by walls that have remembered too much. The rise carries me toward the structure until its shape hardens against the sky, tall pillars leaning like exhausted guards, Roof warped but intact enough to throw shadow. Banners torn into ribbons but still clinging stubbornly. I slow my steps because the air here tastes metallic, a hint of rust or blood or memory too old to tell apart. The fox mask grows warm against my chest as though bracing me for ceremony. First joke whispered to loosen the weight in my shoulders. If this is the forest's idea of a hotel, the welcome mat needs serious work, and the silence responds with a groan of timber. At the threshold I bow because walls demand courtesy even when broken, and step inside where dust swirls in shafts of pale light, floorboards sagging but not surrendering. In the center stands a raised platform, once an altar or dais, now cracked down its middle, and atop it rests a row of small boxes, lacquer chipped but gleaming faintly through grime. I approach and recognize the steady fact that temples often preserved relics or documents in such chests, storing sutras, charms, or local records, sometimes sealed against fire with clay linings. My hand hesitates above the nearest lid, and a quirky detail tumbles into memory. Some Edo-era shrines hid fortune slips inside offering boxes, letting fate be drawn by chance. A mix of prayer and gambling, and I wonder if these boxes whisper dice rolls of history. I lift one lid carefully. Inside lies ash and fragments of bone-white tablets carved faintly with kanji. Names I cannot fully read, but still names. And I bow to them, whispering thanks for standing watch even in fragments. Hunger gnaws, but I swallow it. Second joke muttered with a cracked smile. If I start eating offerings, I will be banned from every afterlife cafeteria, and the dust shifts in a reluctant chuckle. I replace the lid gently and turn to see that the walls are inscribed too. Ink faded but still visible in lines of calligraphy, sutras running shoulder to shoulder, their repetition meant to ward misfortune. Scholars still debate whether such wall sutras were prayers meant for the living or the dead, whether they turned the hall into a fortress of words or a bridge of memory, and here both possibilities weigh the air until breathing feels ceremonial. In the corner I notice a drum smaller than the one I struck by firelight. Its skin torn but its frame intact, and beside it rests a mallet splintered to half its length. I strike once, soft, and the sound is hollow yet determined, and in answer a bird trapped in the rafters flutters free, streaking out into daylight. I bow again because even accident can be liberation. Third joke whispered with tired breath. If that bird files a complaint about my drumming, I will blame the mask, and the roof creaks as if approving the scapegoat. I step back outside into light sharper than before, pillars framing the sky, and see beyond the rise another slope descending into mist, where faint silhouettes of torches flicker though no one holds them, and I know the next question will not wait. In relics but burn openly on the path ahead. Mist curls down the slope like a shawl thrown carelessly by the sky, swallowing edges until the path becomes a suggestion under my feet. I grip the fox mask in one hand because its warmth feels like a compass. First joke muttered to keep the fog from declaring itself king. If this is a welcome party, someone forgot the hors d'oeuvres, and the silence responds with a drip of moisture onto my nose. As I descend, shapes emerge, faint torches planted upright along the trail, their flames unheld yet steady, flickering without fuel, each one bowing slightly as though acknowledging my arrival. I bow back because courtesy works both ways, and I anchor myself with a fact. In pilgrimage routes of the Edo era, villagers sometimes lined the path with lanterns during festivals to guide travelers safely at night. Small fires becoming constellations on earth, and though these torches have no keepers, the intention still feels familiar. A quirky thought interrupts with a grin, that in some records, pranksters snuck out to rearrange festival lanterns into crude shapes, turning sacred paths into jokes under moonlight, and I laugh softly at the idea, imagining these flames smirking at me from the mist. Hunger gnaws sharper now, stomach folding in on itself, and I chew the last root in my pouch, Second joke grumbled while swallowing splinters. Dinner tonight is air seasoned with despair. Chef's kiss optional. And the mist swirls as though exhaling. Laughter. The torches lead me into a hollow where the ground flattens into a stone courtyard. Slick with moss, at its center a raised plinth bearing a statue half eroded by rain. Figure ambiguous, warrior, monk, or trickster, its face erased, only its posture suggesting defiance. I bow because absence still demands respect, and whisper aloud the story of the ruined hall with sutras on its walls. How prayers guarded names carved into ash, and the statue leans in silence as, if receiving the message. Scholars still debate whether such anonymous statues were intentional, meant to represent every pilgrim, or simply victims of erosion, and the debate feels alive here where identity and loss hold equal weight. A faint sound interrupts, rhythmic and hollow, the clack-clack of Hayashiji echoing through mist, but slower this time, almost mournful, as though the forest has shifted meter. I follow it past the courtyard to where the torches gather in a tighter ring, their flames trembling in wind that does not exist, and in the center lies a shallow pool reflecting fire and fog together. I kneel at its edge and see not my face but the fox mask doubled in the reflection, its eyes glowing faintly, and I whisper thanks, promising not to abandon the stories I have gathered. Third joke escapes softly. If reflections keep multiplying, I will need to start charging rent, and the water ripples like it can't decide whether to smile or glare. Beyond the pool, the mist parts slightly to reveal stone steps rising into darkness. Each step slick with moss, inviting and ominous. And I know the next question waits not in fire or reflection but higher, carved into the climb itself, demanding I answer with every breath I drag upward. The steps accept me one careful foot at a time, slick with moss and the memory of 1,000 tired calves. Breath climbing ahead of me like a scout that refuses to report back. I keep the fox mask pressed to my chest because balance still feels like etiquette, and the dark around the staircase behaves like a host waiting to see if I will track mud onto the tatami. First joke whispered to stop the hush from grating me too harshly. If there is a dress code, I hope soaked and stubborn qualifies, and a bead of condensation slides off the handrail in what I choose to interpret as approval. The rise grows steeper until the steps flatten on a landing where 2 stone dogs sit. Not foxes for once. Mouths carved in the traditional A and Un, the open and the closed syllable that bookend. Breath. I bow between them and remember a plain fact to ground myself, that shrine guardians often come in such pairs to mark beginning and end, the alphabet of prayer in 2 sculptures. And the thought steadies my knees enough to keep going. The stair resumes in tighter flights, a spine inside the mountain, and soon a sound joins me from above, low and hollow, a flute with a throat, the kind of note that hangs like fog. And I realize with a small ache of recognition that it is a shakuhachi played in the Kamuso way, the breathy meditation of basket-hatted monks who wandered Edo streets. I mouth another anchor to keep pace, that the Fuke sect used such flute practice as a spiritual discipline before Meiji banned the order in 1871, and that to this day scholars still debate whether some Kamuso doubled as informants for authorities or whether later writers draped espionage over music because mystery sells. The argument pleases the darkness the way tea pleases the tongue, warm even when you can't see the cup. The landing above opens into a chamber without walls, just 4 posts and a roof. Wind threading through like a polite guest, and a single figure sits cross-legged near the far edge, hat of reeds pulled low, flute angled to lip, the notes rising then dissolving as if the air itself were shy. I do not step closer, I bow instead, and the figure acknowledges with a pause in the melody that counts as a nod. Hunger picks this elegant moment to remind me I am mortal. So I chew a curl of bark and mutter second joke through splinters. Live music, no cover charge, terrible concessions. The wind feathers the ends of my hair like a shrug, Beside the player, a tray rests with two little censers, thin smoke smelling faintly of aloeswood and clove, and a quirky memory floats up from some book I dog-eared years ago, that samurai families once played incense games, kodo, testing noses on subtle blends the way courtiers tested poetry, scent as a map and a duel. And I smile because even discipline wants its pleasures. The smoke here is humble country recipe, but it insists on being noticed, a teaching that attention is a meal when you have none. The figure sets the flute down and taps a wooden clapper in a measured pattern. Clack, breath, clack, breath. An echo of the hayashiji I have been carrying in my chest for nights. And I understand the cue without needing language. Walk between beats. I stand, count 5, step, pause, step. The floor turns to stone again and the roof lowers until I have to bow to proceed, which feels righteous in a petty way because now my spine can be devout on purpose. The corridor spills me into a terrace cut from the mountain's shoulder, a long balcony over open air, dawn nowhere and yet the sky lighter than before. And at its end a bell hangs from a beam, not huge, just heavy with intent, rope wrapped in rice straw still soft enough to feel like skin. I bow and ring once. The note rolls down the ravine and back, wearing a coat of echo. And in that tide I set another anchor to keep from drifting. That temple bells in Edo marked the hours under the old system of unequal time, their tones calibrating neighborhoods before the standardized clocks arrived, and that a city's pulse once rode on bronze. The answer to the bell is not silence but movement. Along the parapet squat a line of little wooden tablets. Emma, their faces stained with weather, pictures of horses and waves, and on one very confident board, a plump gourd with a smiling face, petitions drawn then left to fade. I brush one gently and think about how wishes survive there. Owners with an embarrassing tenacity. Scholars still debate whether the wild growth of such folk practices in the late Edo era represented a democratization of devotion or mere desperation dressed in paint. And the tablets refuse to pick a side, which is the most honest thing wood can do. A ladder of roots dives from the terrace into a cedar grove so dense the air feels padded. I take it down into breath that tastes green and wet and vaguely medicinal. And at the grove's center rests a shallow stone like a sleeping turtle, carved in a grid of hexagons with a crack through its back, the twin of the tortoise-shell table I met by the stream. Only older, sulking under lichen. I place the small child-sized fox mask I found earlier on one hexagon and tell the grove a story, the drum ring and the flames that obeyed rhythm. The river that demanded poems instead of tickets. The woman in the valley whose grip redirected my heroism into usefulness. And the cedars listen the way old people listen, with patience sharpened into kindness. A stir behind me, the Camuso has followed without footfall, hat lowered, hands empty now, and stands at the edge of the grove like punctuation. So I try a question aloud. Soft, because these players enjoy ambiguity, what is the last question? And in reply the monk lifts a sleeve to reveal a length of rope tied in neat knots at measured intervals, an old hour counter, and holds it up next to the little fox mask. And I understand too quickly for comfort, the last question is time versus promise, how long a person will keep carrying what they said they would carry. I do not pretend to have the right answer. I do the respectful thing and count the knots while breathing slow. Glad for the Ronin's cheap arithmetic lesson on the ridge nights ago. My feet urge me forward, and the path obeys, turning to stairs again that climb into a mouth of light that cannot be sky, because it tastes metallic. The ceiling lowers till it brushes my hair and then opens, suddenly, onto a platform cut like a stage, ringed by torches that do not burn. Only remember, and beyond them a black torii framed against the white of clouds below. The same lacquered night gate from the cave mirrors, but now painted across the morning. I whisper third joke because moments like this will eat you if you do not season them. If the universe expects an entrance fee, I have only puns and stubbornness, and the Torii is kind enough to not fine me for it. Between the posts stands a stand, a lectern made of joined cedar, boards simple to the point of severity, and on it a bound book waits, covers oiled, corners cracked, the title brushed on with the efficient arrogance of bureaucracy, Register of Passages. I have seen ledgers in a buried hill and wanted to steal them back from dirt. I have seen prayer boards pretending to be receipts, but this is neither, only a thick stack of blank pages that smell faintly of soot and rain. A brush rests in a groove with the tip still wet, which is both impossible and exactly correct for this forest's sense of humor. I do not ask permission because the bell already asked for me. I lift the brush, look at the empty book, and feel my name pawing at the door of my mouth like a cat that knows it should not be outside. The Ronin's instruction rising like a small stern ghost, trade a story. Not a name, so I write a sentence instead. The duel that ended with a bow was the sharpest cut this place taught me. And the page drinks it up like soup, the wet line drying into a sheen that looks, for a slip of a second, like a road across a field. I set the brush down and the book closes itself with a sigh, polite but unapologetic, and the wind steps forward to usher me through the black gate into a clearing no larger than a tea room, white gravel raked into steady waves. A single stone in the center with a crack like a horizon. And I know this is where the question is not asked verbally but with arrangement. Can you stop long enough to let the room work on you? I kneel on the gravel without rearranging a single stripe, set both masks, mine and the child's, on my thighs, and breathe until my ribs stop auditioning for percussion. A historical anchor returns to give my lungs something tidy to hold. That in the long Tokugawa peace many warriors retired their swords to practice arts. Ink, tea, scent, garden, turning violence inward into skill, and historians still debate whether that turn raised civility or just disguised coercion under aesthetics. But my body, knee-deep in gravel obedience, decides that tonight the debate can rest. The room has asked for stillness and I have paid in breath. When I finally rise, the camuso is gone. The rope with knots draped over the black lintel like a sleeping snake. And on the central stone lies a single umebashi, shriveled and bright. A sour gift or a dare? I take it because sour wakes memory, and because I am still counting. I tuck both masks away, bow to the gate, and step beyond, where the path begins to slope downward not into gloom but into a light that feels earned rather than found. A bright that belongs to late afternoon, and somewhere below, faint as a rumor I intend to make true. I hear a bell rung not by ghosts but by a hand that has done other work since sunrise. The downward slope unfolds like a page I did not realize was waiting, gravel giving way to soil soft with pine. Needles, each step cushioned as if the forest itself wants me quiet. I keep the fox mask against my hip because carrying it openly feels like part of the pact now. First joke whispered so the hush won't mistake me for obedient. If this counts as stealth training, someone owes me a certificate, and a crow coughs overhead in what I take as sarcastic applause. The path bends toward a low valley where smoke drifts thin as thread, not acrid but fragrant, carrying the sweet tang of chestnut wood, and hunger perks up with something sharper than complaint. A fact steadies my pace in Edo villages. Smoke rising from controlled fires often signaled seasonal tasks. Burning fields for planting, smoking fish for preservation, or preparing charcoal for trade, and those pillars of scent marked labor more than leisure. As I near the valley, I see mounds of earth, shaped into domes, vents puffing with controlled breath, charcoal kills, primitive yet deliberate, and though no hands tend them now, their heat lingers. A quirky detail presses in, that charcoal makers once lived on the margins of society, considered half outcasts because their trade blackened both skin and reputation, yet samurai and merchants alike depended on their fuel, and I grin because power always owes debt to the sooty. Handed, I crouch by one kiln and place a palm above the vent, warmth seeping like memory, and I whisper the story of the Torii and the ledger of blank pages, how I wrote a sentence instead of my name, and the kiln exhales as though filing it away. Hunger refuses subtlety, so I gnaw bark with a grimace. Second joke grumbled through splinters. Gourmet review. Smoke 10 out of 10. Flavor -3. And the kiln cracks faintly like it. Wanted to laugh, but remembered it was stone. At the far side of the clearing lies a wooden rack half collapsed. Bundles of sticks stacked as though waiting for trade. And tucked among them I find a single tablet etched with lines like a calendar. Strokes crossing days into clusters. Scholars still debate whether such tally marks were kept for labor counts, lunar cycles, or debts, and here in the company of kills. The uncertainty weighs heavier. Was this the ledger of fire or of time? I carry the tablet to a stump and bow before setting it down, then continue along the valley until the trees thicken again. The air shifts cooler, the soil darker, and soon the sound of water returns. Not the rage of a river, but the steadier wash of a wide stream gliding over pebbles, clear enough to show darting fish. I kneel at its edge, cup water to lips, and for the first time in many nights the taste is kind, cold, metallic, alive. Third joke slips out with relief. Finally, a drink that does not taste like tree bark. Michelin can keep its stars. I will take this river. And the water wrinkles like it knows how funny thirst makes people. Across the stream stands a bridge of rope and planks sagging with age, each step promising both passage and fall. I bow before it because even danger deserves respect, and step forward, the fox mask pressed to my chest as though it too holds its breath, and on the far side, through the swaying ropes, I glimpse lanterns flickering low among trees, promising that the next question waits not in smoke or stone but in light borrowed from night itself. The bridge sways with every step, ropes creaking like tired elders, planks bowing as though embarrassed by their own age. I keep the fox mask pressed to my chest because balance here feels like shared responsibility. First joke whispered to keep the fear from narrating itself too loudly. If I fall, at least the splash will be dramatic. And the stream below flickers silver in approval. Halfway across, the lanterns ahead sharpen into sight. Their glow steady but low, perched not on posts but dangling from branches like fruit grown. A fire, each one swaying gently as if nodding. I bow once my feet find solid ground, because even borrowed light deserves gratitude. A fact steadies my steps during festivals in the Edo period. Villagers often hung lanterns from trees to mark sacred zones or protect gatherings, believing their glow drew benevolent spirits and confused the darker ones. Here the lanterns form a corridor of wavering orange, guiding me deeper into the grove. A quirky detail rises from memory, that pranksters once snuck charms or jokes inside festival lanterns, letting them burn until revealed as ash-punched messages. Proof that reverence always makes room for mischief, and I smile despite the chill, wondering what these flames might be hiding. Hunger stirs again, sour and stubborn, so I chew a scrap of bark until my jaw aches. Second joke muttered while forcing it down. Tonight's delicacy is disappointment flambé, lightly torched for aroma, and one lantern flickers as if choking back laughter. The corridor empties into a clearing where the lanterns arrange themselves in a wide circle overhead, casting a pool of light on a raised platform made of rough wood. Upon it sits a low table scattered with objects, a half-burned candle, a brush without ink, coins rusted green, and in the center a mask larger than any I have seen, carved with sharp teeth and hollow eyes, its grin so wide it threatens to split the wood beneath. I bow but do not touch, whispering instead the story of the charcoal kills, how fire marked both survival and exile, and the mask listens without blinking, silence thicker than bark. Scholars still debate whether such grotesque masks were protective talismans or theatrical props, whether they were meant to frighten spirits or simply to teach fear to mortals. and standing here under its gaze I feel both explanations thread into one. A low breeze passes, tugging at the lanterns until their flames lean inward, casting my shadow across the mask like a fitting it had been waiting for, and I shiver but hold still. Third joke slips out with cracked lips. If this thing tries to eat me, I will at least save it. Dental fees, and the mask seems to grin wider without moving. I step carefully away from the platform, bow again, and leave the circle of lanterns, the glow thinning behind me until only darkness remains. Ahead, the trees open to reveal a slope climbing toward a silhouette unmistakable against the pale sky, a fortress wall, jagged but standing, its gate ajar as though daring me. The air tastes of iron and dust, and I know the next question waits not in symbols or light but in stone walls that once divided safety from ruin, asking whether survival has earned me entry. The fortress wall rises like a final breath the earth held too long, stones blackened and cracked yet still stacked with stubborn geometry, its gate tilted on ruined hinges but open enough to beckon. I press the fox mask to my face because crossing this threshold feels like ceremony. First joke whispered so the walls do not mistake me for too humble. If the doorman's on break, I hope they validate parking. And the silence inside answers with a slow groan as timber shifts under the weight of memory. The courtyard beyond is wide, gravel drowned in weeds. Yet the layout is clear, barracks to one side collapsed into ribs of charred beams, a watchtower leaning like a drunk monk, and at the far end a hall still intact, its roof sloping with dignity despite scars. I bow before entering and recall a grounding fact. Castles and fortresses in the late Sengoku and early Edo periods were more than war machines. They were administrative hearts, repositories of authority and fear, their walls both defense and declaration. Inside the hall dust hangs thick, light slanting through holes in the roof, illuminating murals barely surviving, painted battles. Dragons faded to shadows, processions of courtiers whose eyes have melted into streaks, and in the center of the floor lies a circle of ash not from candles but from a pyre, its edges carefully ringed with stones. A quirky memory flickers that in some daimyo castles, defeated enemies were cremated within the walls not as honor but as containment, ensuring restless spirits served as warning more than legend. And the thought sets my stomach on edge. Hunger claws anyway, so I chew the last shred of bark until splinters numb my tongue. Second joke grumbled against the taste. Final feast of champions, bark soufflé with dust glaze, Michelin would faint, and the rafters creak like reluctant laughter. At the far wall rests a throne-sized chair carved from cedar, back split but seat intact, and upon it lies a ledger bound in leather. Thicker than any I have seen, its clasp broken, its pages fanned slightly as though breathing. I bow before touching, then open to the middle, where the writing shifts from orderly records into frantic brushstrokes, lines overlapping, ink splattered like rain, words of prophecy or panic. Scholars still debate whether such apocalyptic writings in late medieval Japan were genuine visions, political allegories, or symptoms of collapse, and the ambiguity thrums here, each page vibrating between truth and madness. I close the ledger gently and lay the fox mask upon it for a breath, whispering aloud that I have carried stories instead of answers, and that weight has shaped me into something still standing. The hall holds the words without comment, then exhales as a gust that scatters ash upward. The pyres remains rising like gray birds, before settling again. Third joke slips through the heaviness. If housekeeping charges me for that mess, I am leaving a bad review, and the wind stills as if smiling. I step back outside into the courtyard where the mist has thinned, revealing sky pale with dawn, and from the gate I look once more at the walls, bowed but unbroken, and bow myself, a final courtesy to stones that survived longer than their keepers. The path beyond slopes downward, softer now, lined with grass instead of weeds, the air easier in my lungs. Each step feels like a wind down, the forest releasing its grip. Torches, cairns, masks, and ledgers dissolving into memory rather than shadow. My stride slows naturally, sentences lengthening in my head the way dusk stretches daylight, and I let them because survival has earned softness. The trees thin until only open sky remains. Vast and safe, horizon brushed with light that promises morning has arrived at last. I breathe deeply, letting silence settle not as threat but as blanket, and imagine whispering to those still, listening stones, reeds, flames, ash that I am done carrying questions tonight. The gravel path fades into earth, then grass, then nothing, and I sit, letting the fox mask rest in my lap, listening to the hum of wind like a lullaby. This ending does not close so much as it leans back, asking me to rest, asking you to rest, because we have walked far enough to deserve stillness. Sleep waits gently, soft as moss, and I let it come, voice thinning to a whisper, wishing that the echoes of this forest cradle you the way its branches once cradled me, safe and unbroken.